Good morning, everyone. We would like to welcome you to our second day of NovoPangea United on Climate Change. This is our fourth regional conference on the reports of the Intergovernmental Panel of Experts on Climate Change, IPCC, and this is Fundación Meri's conference. We'd like to thank you all for having joined us yesterday on FCS.TV. And I'd also let you know that those of you who were unable to join, you will be able to re-experience all of the conversations on our website at www.fundacionmedi.cl and here at fcs.tv. You will also be able to look at the most commented phrases and the highlights of the day on our social media. We are on Twitter and on Instagram. Next, we will have the details of today and the relevance of the different topics that we will be talking about. We have Paloma Avila with us. She is the director of the Futuro area of CNN Chile. Paloma, thank you very much for being with us today. Tell us a bit more about what today is going to be about. Good morning, Paulina. How is everyone? Thank you for being here today on a rather cold day here in Chile, anyway. As ever, we are trying to keep this highly relevant conversation alive, conversation about climate change and climate action and caring for ecosystems. And I would also like to tell you about what our day today is going to be about. NovoPangea Latin America wants to bring citizenry and different players in the region together so that we can have conversations about climate, have these cooperation opportunities, and take real action to allow us to work together on adaptation and mitigation on climate change, focusing on topics that science has provided in IPCC's reports. It is very important that we have these types of opportunities where we can exchange ideas, but also where we can quote unquote infect one another with our actions, which is driving us forward in the two latest reports of the IPCC, where we are told where we are behind as far as individuals and as institutions, as far as mitigating climate change and adapting to it. We have this idea that we can postpone things, but we are facing this wall of data that the IPCC is providing, which is telling us that we are getting later and later. We are not likely meeting this turn that we needed to do by 2025. It's we have been postponing, procrastinating that turning point. Maybe we have not wanted to do that, but it has happened, and we are putting all lives on Earth in danger, even ours. And that's why Fundación Meri and Future 360, different NGOs, which are dedicated to research and promoting these topics, we all want to provide action and ideas and words and players forward so that we can talk about the impact that climate change has. And of course, the main topic is cooperation, working together, understanding the different ways that allow for life on Earth to remain. We are all knit together like in a giant spider web where no one is dispensable or disposable in this story. And it is absolutely key that we can focus on climate action and coordinate public, private sectors, civil society in this regard so that cooperation can become a reality and provide new indicators and new good news, which we have not heard in the last few years. It's absolutely key to include the knowledge that we are gaining, but also the knowledge that different territories have had, historically speaking. And it is very important that we collaborate with one another in effective fashions so that we can bring together these topics that science has brought to us and unite those with the knowledge that First Nations have of their different territories. And we can combine that together with the concrete materials that the IPCC has provided to us, and also bring flavors to local communities. I remember certain stories with the Mapuche people. Well, they had very advanced technology in observing nature, for instance, forecasting volcanic eruptions. That is science as well because it comes from the observation of their environment. And that type of knowledge is urgent. We need to create specific solutions for each territory made to fit for that territory. Considering the magnitude of the climate crisis, we need collaborative work to be able to fix it. We need to validate the diversity that we have on the earth so that we can face climate change. And we're going to have 4 panels talking about education, environmental education, sustainable development, effective conservation. And at the end of the day, we're going to watch a documentary. It's a beautiful documentary called Puri, The Way of the Water. It's a 15-minute documentary which will bring us to an opportunity of reflecting upon the circulation of water on Earth, and we will be able to listen to interviews and observe landscapes. We also know that observing observing the environment allows us to understand it and to understand the place that we have on the earth. So to begin today, I would like to invite you to listen to some of the welcoming messages, beginning with Co Barrett, who is the vice chair of the IPCC.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to speak at the Mary Foundation Regional Conference. This is a critical time to work on climate action around the world, and I applaud the organizers and participants for your dedication to this mission. I serve as the Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, also known as the IPCC, and the Senior Advisor for Climate at the United States National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, known as NOAA. In both of these roles, I've seen the contribution of climate science, climate policy, and climate action. And in both of these roles, I've had the pleasure of working with the Mary Foundation on their climate agenda. The IPCC, which is the world's foremost authority on climate science, recently released 3 reports. The first report, The Physical Science Basis, provided the scientific foundation about past, present, and future changes to the Earth's climate system. The second report, on impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability, provided an updated assessment of observed and projected risks from climate change, our vulnerabilities to it, and options to build resilience and the capacity to adapt. And finally, the mitigation report, released most recently, provided an updated assessment of methods for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and removing them from the atmosphere. These reports demonstrate both the urgency and the opportunity for action on climate change. The IPCC found that we are not on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is a target that many countries have adopted. The average annual greenhouse gas emissions during the last decade were the highest in human history. There's a disconnect between the urgency the science stresses and the actions we all must take in our lives. There still seems to be a separation between our growing theoretical understanding of the problem and the urgency with which we need to act. And while climate change has already adversely affected billions of people around the world, the impacts and risks are not distributed equally. Some populations are more vulnerable than others. For instance, some climate impacts are magnified in cities, where heat waves can combine with urban heat islands and air pollution to make the effects of climate change worse. Furthermore, climate change can exacerbate other challenges such as food insecurity and poverty, which often impact the most marginalized communities. There's no doubt that these findings are concerning, but the report also offers glimmers of hope because there is increasing evidence of climate action. We've seen that adaptation efforts are effective for reducing risks, and they can protect people and ecosystems from the worst impacts of climate change. And we already have many of the tools we need to address climate change. We just need to deploy them rapidly and across all walks of life. There are options available now in all sectors that can more than halve greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. An increasing range of policies and innovative technologies have enhanced energy efficiency, reduced rates of deforestation, and accelerated the deployment of renewable energy, which has resulted in avoided and reduced emissions. And we found that inclusive and meaningful participation can build support for the transformational changes that are urgently needed to forestall the worst impacts. Innovative solutions exist all around us. We need to be open to them. This means inviting everyone to the table to craft the needed solutions. Everyone has a role to play. Global and national leadership is required to transform and decarbonize society. But cities and communities, businesses, indigenous peoples, citizen groups, and public-private entities are playing a growing role in the global effort to address climate change. There's no doubt that climate change is a global challenge, but the potential solutions exist at all scales, from international commitments to actions in our local communities. Each of the IPCC reports reinforces the refrain that every fraction of a degree of warming matters, so every action to prevent warming can make a difference. The climate we and future generations experience depend on our actions now. Thank you.
Today, we will also have the director of the Sustainable Development and Human Development Division of the ECLAC, who is also going to be giving us his greeting. This is José Luis Samaniego. Welcome to this NovoPangea Latin America, which is for the third year, performed by Fundación MERI for Latin America, as far as the information that is provided by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Firstly, I would like to say that it is very important to have dissemination both of scientific knowledge as far as climate change is concerned, as well as the alternatives that exist in order to perform climate action. The IPCC has been warning us since the 1990s on the impacts that inaction can have concerning climate or global warming, particularly in our region, as far as how unequal the impacts can become if we have an insufficient level of action, both in mitigation, but particularly in regards to adaptation to climate change. Of course, as happens with all economic and development issues, there are contradictions between the short term urgencies and the necessary path that we need to take in the mid and the long term. It is very important to have a vision on how policies need to align, which will determine investments, the investments themselves, and how we evaluate or count or calculate the effects and what conditions investment. It is very clear in this economic system in which we live, to be able to move forward in sustainable development, we need to align what is profitable with what is desirable so that climate action can also be financially sustainable. In this fashion, economic investment will be able to follow along the lines of positive inspiration. We need to think about how social needs can implement public policy and infrastructure, also methodologies with which we evaluate investment, which at the end of the day reflect what we count or calculate, and we need to calculate properly in order to strengthen climate action. We know that in our area, in our region, The decarbonization rates that different economies in Latin America has is very insufficient, and in some areas it would need to be multiplied by 4 times. We also know that there are very few years left to use up the carbon budget. We have about 5 years left if we don't want to exceed that 1.5 Celsius threshold of heating, and a couple of decades to exceed 2-degree increase in temperature. It is very important for our region that climate action will not increase inequalities. We need to actually decrease those inequalities. To be able to comply with the agenda for 2030, we need to favor development areas which would allow us to reduce the gaps simultaneously. We have social, environmental gaps, and economic area, which would mean that we need to pick a handful of sectors with few public policies which can be able to reconcile closing these gaps at the same time. And which would be these sectors? We have renewable resources, that would be one of the sectors. We also have bioeconomy, sustainable tourism, care economy. But I want to highlight something very important. Considering that Latin America is more than 81% urbanized, this is very important. So in order to avoid low quality of life, we need a solution in improving public transport, not private transport. Public transport needs to be able to offer to provide an option to private transportation, which has been made worse by the pandemic. So we need to have local regional production of clean vehicles so that the majority of the population can have access to them. That is one way that we can add a dynamic aspect to the economy with a low environmental footprint. Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
So today, like never before, we're integrating pieces and parts that we feel is obvious to have, but that haven't been integrated before. Just recently in the IPCC, they talked about the importance of taking the relations of ecosystems between land ecosystems and marine ecosystems, and they found that it's something that's related, where there's a coexistence of both dimensions. In the same way, humans have been left out of the equation. We're the cause in many ways, but we're also animals within this ecosystem. This vision on what our role is as the animals we are within an ecosystem is something that we need to also include in the land and territorial solutions. That's why many scientific groups are looking for ways on how this relationship is established harmoniously, and training and educating communities in being a harmonious animal within this ecosystem. Now I want to continue with the creating of the executive president of Fundación MEDI, Francisca Cortés Solari. Dear co-Barrett, Vice President of the IPCC, dear Jose Luis Saramiego, Director of Sustainable Development and Human Settlements from ECLAC, dear panel members, citizens that are here with us today. This morning, we start the second day of the third regional conference in Latin America and the Caribbean of NovoPangea. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to talk about oceanic mitigation strategies and the marine and land-based ecosystemic services. And these are aspects that really affect our region. And we also saw food security. We also saw an economic analysis in climate change and the urgency that's required in changing this point of view and having investment that support technologies for mitigation. Our continent is seen as a wonderful, unique geographic area, and this is not just affected by climate change, but also inclusion. So Latin America and the Caribbean share much more than a geography. We share traditions, we share a natural cultural understanding, which provides us with something different as a privileged continent. We must find and promote mitigation and adaptation solutions for climate change altogether. Today, in the second day, we will talk about the specificities of this region in effective territorial conservation and the right to environmental education as a public policy. I'd like to appeal to the need as having one continent finding unique solutions for this part of the world for the world so that our efforts that are individual can all be added together and together this become a collective change able to affect our public policies and also other continents because Latin America and the Caribbean have unique red forests, Antarctica, etc. And we'd like to ask all the leaders to protect the ecosystems that we inhabit. We need to find concrete solutions such as increasing marine protected areas, land protected areas of each region, and from this area, give the example for the international community. We know that comprehensive development of the world and humankind is necessary for climate change. We're not separate from nature, we're not separate from climate change. Climate change and the change we require is basically a change in awareness for this type of change. We need to start operating from that arena. So today, I wish you a wonderful conversation, to have wonderful panels. Thank you very much. Well then, and we're about to kick off our first panel on the right for environmental education, educating sustainable generations. Now, this panel holds the key people that have participated in promoting this change in the world. The youth in Chile during the last few years have been key players in actions in various aspects, such as social aspects, environmental matters, and this has been seen in Chile and the world, and they're pushing towards a more adult arena, which has been very difficult for adults to change and to affect. We're talking about paradigms that were part of the civilization we created, and that has been very difficult for leaders and governments to understand how urgent it is to change it. Therefore, this panel is a refreshing new panel that shows leadership from various parts of Latin America and that shows us examples that are necessary to follow in this time to be able to become aware of the level of urgency. It's also important to consider and integrate Francisca Cortez's recommendation in promoting technological development for climate solutions and environmental solutions. And this is important because part of the IPCC's recommendations shows optimism, which is different from the previous IPCCs. And it reports and it offers a ray of light that if we're able to have the adequate technological development to generate solutions that allow for the creation of changes in the global indexes, we could have a greater level of hope. So Chile today has an important opportunity in contributing in this matter, especially in creation of renewable energies and the conservation of ecosystems such as wetlands and others, which are carbon sinks. They capture carbon from the atmosphere, and they're much better at this than other ecosystems. So effectively, what I just described is a very brief summary of ecosystems we need to promote. We need to promote technological advancement for solutions and also conserve the ecosystems that we have before this destruction of environment advances. Now, to continue during this morning, I'd like to invite everybody to watch this video, which briefly summarizes the work that Fundación Meri does with respect to strengthening research and environmental education.
Te presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. Vamos a territoriar.
Home Territorial.
Hola, soy Sonia Español Jiménez, soy bióloga marina, trabajo en Fundación Meri. Hace 8 años me vine de España a Chile para estudiar las ballenas. Cuando era pequeña veía muchos documentales en la tele de naturaleza y en especial veía una serie que se llamaba Flipper. Flipper era un delfín que podía comunicarse, podía hablar con su entrenadora. A mí eso me parecía fascinante, cómo un delfín podía hablar con un humano. Esto me hizo pensar y darme cuenta que yo quería estudiar a los delfines y a las ballenas. Así que estudié durante muchos años y finalmente llegué a Chile. De los 13 tipos de ballenas que hay, en Chile existen 9. Eso es muchísimo, es una gran oportunidad para poder estudiarlas y conocerlas. Estudiar las ballenas es súper importante, no solo porque son el animal más grande que ha existido en la Tierra, sino también porque están en todos los océanos. Así, al estudiarlas a ellas, podemos conocer si nuestras actividades diarias están afectando a donde ellas viven. En Chile podemos ver 9 tipos de ballenas diferentes, algunas de ellas en peligro de extinción. Se alimentan en las aguas frías del sur de Chile porque son ricas en alimentos. Una vez que se alimentan, se van a las aguas más calientes, como por ejemplo Ecuador, a reproducirse y tener sus crías, porque así estas nacerán más a salvo. Si queremos proteger a nuestras ballenas, tenemos que cuidar nuestros océanos. Y una de las formas más simples en las que todos podemos ayudar es preocuparnos de cómo y en qué usamos el agua de nuestras casas, porque finalmente todo el agua en algún momento va a llegar al océano. Los océanos producen el 50% del oxígeno que todos nosotros consumimos y para ello las ballenas son clave, porque con sus nutrientes ayudan a que aparezcan unas microalgas que son como unos árboles en chiquitito que por una parte generan este oxígeno y por otra absorben el CO2 de la atmósfera. Así que tanto las ballenas como los océanos nos están ayudando a día de hoy a mitigar las consecuencias del cambio climático. Si quieres conocer más sobre las ballenas y el fascinante mundo marino, te invitamos a ver ahora las cápsulas educativas de Fundación Meri y a que nos sigas en las redes sociales y en www.fundacionmeri.cl. ¡Nos vemos!
Desde hace millones de años, las ballenas han habitado desde la Antártica hasta el Ártico y durante su vida capturan 33 toneladas de CO2, 1500 veces más que un árbol. Este es absorbido en sus cuerpos por lo que no vuelve a salir a la atmósfera, ayudando así a reducir uno de los principales gases causante del calentamiento global. Las ballenas aportan nutrientes a su paso por todos los océanos. Estos nutrientes son fuente de vida microscópica, como el plancton, que ayuda a los océanos a fabricar el 50% del oxígeno que consume el planeta. Además, este sirve de alimento a otros organismos, siendo una cadena sin fin que favorece a todo el ecosistema marino y al ser humano que se beneficia de este servicio traducido en la pesquería. Cuantas más ballenas, más peces. Sin embargo, las ballenas están bajo amenaza. Entre el 2007 y 2019 van más de 1.200 víctimas. Por eso nace The Blue Boat Initiative, que instalará en el sur de Chile. Esta es una de las principales áreas de alimentación y crianza de ballenas del hemisferio sur, gracias a la gran productividad y refugio que generan la combinación única de fiordos y las corrientes subantárticas y oceánicas. The Blue Boat Initiative comenzará en el mar interior de Chiloé, el Golfo de Ancud y el Golfo de Corcovado para luego cubrir toda la ruta migratoria de las ballenas. La información satelital que ellas envían permitirá advertir en tiempo real a las embarcaciones sobre la presencia de ballenas para que éstas tomen medidas que eviten golpear a estos valiosos cetáceos. Estas boyas permitirán también conocer datos vitales en cuanto al calentamiento global de los océanos, debido a los sensores oceanográficos que monitorearán el estado de salud de los océanos. El océano es parte esencial del ciclo de la vida y nosotros podemos ayudar a que ésta siga adelante, multiplicándose y beneficiando al mundo entero. Sé parte de esta inédita iniciativa chilena. Ayúdanos a cambiar la historia del océano y el mundo.
Bueno, las principales iniciativas que hoy día nosotros estamos llevando en el contexto chileno son tres. Una, que es la red de aprendizaje para la pesca artesanal, la cual de una u otra forma entrega las distintas herramientas y es un espacio también de conversación, de poder intercambiar experiencia entre los distintos actores que se desarrollan en la pesca artesanal, desde lo que son los pescadores propiamente tal, pasando por los institutos científicos y aquellas instituciones que tienen que ver con la fiscalización y con la administración de los distintos recursos. Por tanto, es un espacio de confianza en donde se busca, a través de este diálogo transparente, poder lograr de una u otra forma encontrar soluciones innovadoras que nos permitan de una u otra forma entender que el desarrollo depende de cada uno de los actores que se ven involucrados.
Es este proyecto de Blue Boat Initiative, que a través de la instalación de boyas acústicas en lugares de alta congregación de cetáceos permitirá dar aviso en tiempo real a las embarcaciones para que éstas disminuyan su velocidad.
Well then, now we're into panel one, and we're going to talk about the right to environmental education, and probably one of the main parts to generate an effective transformation of society that we need today is that in majority ignores the need to have environmental transformation to fight climate change and to change the path we're going down. So the idea here is to educate future sustainable generations, and luckily youth and have this information in their schools, and it's part of their agenda. Many of these representatives are here today with us today, and they've had this instinctual vocation, which is intuitive to them to be important climate stakeholders. The following panel, as we said, is composed by leaders in environmental matters, and this is led by another leader in climate matters, Dijon Sadradou. I don't know if I said it right or correctly, but he is the communications and communities manager for the Office for Climate Education. Thank you very much for being here with us, and I'll leave you with this panel. Thank you very much, Paloma. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you today and to have such an interesting panel to moderate. Now, as you know, environmental education for all types of audiences and the public is considered a necessary tool to go towards sustainable development. It's a key part to understand climate change and the cause-effect relationship that humans have over their environment. Environmental education faces various challenges in order to achieve a community that's well informed for decision making. One of the greatest challenges is the lack of understanding of what environmental education is and its integration with formal education, which normally is relegated to a secondary and optional position. Today's panel seeks to highlight the role of environmental education in the education of essential agents of change to fight against climate change, and also to generate a space for participation and dissemination of best practices that are carried out in the region. To talk further about the role and importance of environmental education in the formation of youth leaders as a central agent in the fight against climate change, we have today with us highlighted panel members that I will introduce. Today with us, we have Maria Aguilar, General Coordinator of the Department of Social Environmental Education of EcoHealth Global, which is an NGO which is focused on sustainability, specialized in education, politics, communications, among others. Welcome, Maria. We also have with us Eyal Wentraub, who is co-founder of the Argentinian organization Youth for Climate, Jóvenes por el Clima, and he's been an activist and student of international relations. He is also the co-founder of this organization that has mobilized more than 100,000 people, and that was crucial for the approval of environmental laws in his country. Wentraub is also an emissary of Youth Climate Affairs Talk to You, a technological startup which is of triple impact, specialized in social emotional abilities and the creation of awareness on social environmental issues and gender among youth. Welcome. And also we have Guadalupe Caner of the Joven Meri delegation, president of the youth environmental organization Grune Umwelt, and volunteer of UNICEF Green Paraguay, and also member of the U Report Paraguay. And also we have a very special guest because he is turning 18 just today. So congratulations, Guadalupe. Happy birthday, Guadalupe, who just turned 18. It's a pleasure to have all of you with us. And to finish the introductions, we also have Cristian Bravo, who is Associate Coordinator of the Education Programs for Sustainable Development and the Education for World Citizens of UNESCO. During his career, Christian has worked in NGOs, public institutions, and IGOs in the areas of education, inclusion, sustainability, human rights, participation, and historical memory. Previously, he also played a role as leader in human rights coordination of the Cabinet of the Ministry of Chile, 2015 to 2018, and also contributing in the Human Rights Education 2018-2021, and also regulations on education of trans and other historically excluded groups. Christian was also the focal point in national negotiations with the CIDH on causes related to systemic breaches and violations of human rights and discrimination due to sexual orientation and gender identity, unjustified police violence, and the rights of Native peoples. As you can see, we have a very wonderful panel, and I invite everybody to start now. So without further ado, let's start with the first presentation. I'd like to give Eyal the floor to kick off the panel. Eyal, please. Hi, everybody. How is everybody doing? Thank you. I'd like to thank Fundación Meri for the invitation and you for the wonderful introduction. So I just want to briefly start by talking about my personal story of my path that I've gone down, and that explains why I feel environmental education is an essential tool to show reality. When I was 9 years old, I went to a waste workshop, which was my first approach to the environment as a subject, and it was just I noticed that perhaps it wasn't the best workshop, but it really had an impact in my life. Basically, I saw that garbage went to the sea and it affected the fish. And in my 9-year-old mind, it seemed like a tragedy. How we were throwing this waste into the ocean. So I started fighting with my friends and I organized a sit down protest in my city because I said, I'm not going to move until this is fixed and people throw things correctly in the garbage. So the environmental ecological crisis is much worse than just throwing garbage on the floor. But that is my first approach that I had. When I was 14, 15, we saw a documentary on the climate crisis in my high school. And there I started to understand what the connection was between greenhouse gases, environmental contamination, pollution, global warming, and how livestock production was one of the main causes of the greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, I decided to stop eating meat. Up until then, all of my actions had been individual. I didn't try to do something greater than that. But when I turned 18, well, I was closer to 19 actually. I already finished high school in January 2019. There was a call to action on social networks to organize the first international protest about the climate crisis organized F4F and also inspired by Greta Thunberg, who is known around the world nowadays, who called for this protest. And that march really awoke in me my personal interest in participating, which had already started with my interest in the environment, and to turn that into a collective. And in Argentina, we saw that there was nobody transforming that interest from social media. So deciding to march on that March 15th, I decided to found Jóvenes por el Clima in Argentina to start organizing this call to action. And quickly, many nations joined us, including EcoHub Global, and there I met Fundación Meri. And with that global organization, with no previous experience, everything organized by youth without resources and contacts, we organized 5,000 people in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, and there I started becoming involved in the environmental matters from a perspective that shows that the changes we need to achieve are systemic. And in that sense, if we need to achieve systemic changes, we're not going to be able to achieve that from our individual habits. So in that awakening, involving more and more people in the cause, environmental education is an essential role. I was lucky enough that even if I had a very sporadic level of education, because it wasn't an official subject, it wasn't a holistic matter or subject in my education, it was just perhaps one workshop with a professor, but that was enough for me to awake in me my first approach toward this matter. And I believe that due to the amount of problems that we're facing that we want to solve, if we want to solve the climate crisis, and due to the diversities involved, and due to the size of the transformations we need to achieve in such a short amount of time, it's necessary to add more people to the movement. And from many perspectives, because it's not just one way to fight against climate change. We need people to be involved from politics, be it founding organizations or promoting new laws or developing public policies. We need people to be involved in media, in building our own media or specialized journalists on environmental matters. And we also need people that will tackle this transformation from economics as well, from the entrepreneurial point of view, that see a concrete problem that they wish to solve and that they're dedicated to find that solution. In that sense, I feel it's essential that we should be more, those of us involved, and not just from, well, participating occasionally or dedicating part of our free time to this, which is also essential and necessary, but rather professionals dedicated to the environment, people that dedicate a large portion of their life to what's interesting to them. They need to seek solutions to these complex problems. And that's the only way to expand and involve more individuals is starting from environmental education, youth in high school, for example, that are in grade 11 or 12, thinking of what they want to study, or perhaps they don't want to study anything at all, but they want to do after finishing high school. In many cases, if we're able to explain the importance of the ecological and environmental emergency, not from a fatalist point of view that we all need to build a bunker and hide away, but rather from the point of view that each grain of sand that we can all add to the solution will help all aspects of life for many people. And sometimes that is what's important, to be able to achieve having more people involved in this cause and to go from thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands to become millions, and to be more people who want to listen to this type of panel, that want to dedicate a large portion of their life to do what's necessary. And that's what I believe, that environmental education is an essential transformational tool to achieve transforming people, which in turn will transform the system we live in. And to wrap up, currently I'm developing many environmental initiatives. There's two that I wish to share just very briefly. One is called Celsius Alert, Alerta Celsius, which is a technological focus in helping fight against climate change with workshops for teachers and didactic guides for teachers and professors for them to carry this out in their classrooms with activities for their students focused on the climate crisis and ecological aspects without having presence of our organization. And also I'm part of a new project which is called TCOOP, which is an incubator of youth environmental projects, and that every year will train and give tools to 40 youth, 30 from Argentina, 10 from Uruguay, that will help them carry out projects that have an impact in their communities, and will give them the tools to open contacts and facilitate the necessary resources to expand that impact that they seek. What we need more is that type of leader that carry out projects and that they start off with initiatives that generate more agents of change. And that's why within Jóvenes por el Clima, the organization that I'm a part of for more than 3 years, it's the area that I am involved in the most, environmental education, I mean. Well then, thank you very much for listening to my talk and for the time given to me. And now I give the floor to the rest of the panel members. Thank you very much, Eyal, for your presentation.
There were two moments that drove you towards climate action. I thought that was very interesting. Now we're going to come back with some other questions about that. But now I would like to cede the floor to Guadalupe so that from her recently, or just today, turned 18 years old, she can tell us about her involvement. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for my birthday congratulations and for giving me this space. And I would like to begin this presentation with a phrase that I use pretty much all the time, which says that people don't do things well because they don't want to, but because they don't know how to do them. And this means that the foundation for everything, how's that? As I was saying, this means that the foundation of everything is having solid education and to be well informed about things. But before I give you my point of view and tell you about my experience, I would like to talk to you a little bit about what we have experienced in Paraguay, my country. In Paraguay, there is an environmental education plan created by the Public Ministry of Education together with the Ministry of the Environment. However, it is quite superficial because they teach us that you throw trash in the trash can, that you must not deforest, but they never teach us about the background or the foundation of all of those actions. They never explain to you the why. What is climate change? What are greenhouse gas emissions? What happens when there is mass deforestation? They never explain to us what underlies all of these principles. And when they don't explain the problem properly, the youth are uninterested because if the youth are not involved, it's because they don't understand the severity of the situation. And that is why 99% of environmental education in our country is based in youth-based initiatives. Almost all the awareness that has been created over the last few years is because of youth who are in different organizations like mine, Umwelt, which is a youth organization, high school students between the ages of 15 and 18. Then we have Jóvenes por el Clima Paraguay, and there are different organizations led by youth who want to do something because both public and private institutions do not provide us with that information. Why is environmental education key for me? There are two factors. First is because when there is no proper information and no proper environmental education, people become uninterested because if someone does not understand the severity of the situation, does not understand the why behind it all, that person won't want to get involved. The second, which is also very important, is the feeling of hatred or disrespect towards environmental activists. And generally, people don't defend environmental activists. But if there's proper education, we will all be able to struggle or do our struggle, be involved in our struggle more pacifically, more peacefully. Also, I believe that more than a tool that creates change, I believe that environmental education is a right that all youth have, because when we are properly informed on an issue, we are empowered and we have a different power when we decide to defend what we believe is right and and change what we believe needs to be changed. And with nothing else to add, thank you once again for this space, and thank you to the moderator. Thank you very much, Guadalupe, for sharing your experience from Paraguay about environmental education. And what you were saying is very powerful, where young people are organizing to be able to fill this gap left by institutions. So thank you very much for the work that you are performing. I would like to continue to present our speakers. I would like to cede the floor to Cristian Bravo. Go ahead, Cristian. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with inspiring youth. That's something I wish I had had at your age, to have had the clarity on how important it is to work for climate action. And this is a challenge that we all face as humanity. I would like to share that with you. What are we doing from the Latin America regional office in UNESCO to be able to provide tools and give context and walk alongside people as best as we can in this amazing transformation that youth are already leading, that we are all hoping to be able to provide more tools for. UNESCO has been working on environmental education for a long time. This began as a program in UNESCO, and it has now become sustainable education program. And we have our history in our environmental education and the responsibility that we have in being able to face climate change and global warming. And that comes from our general report in the 1980s. However, 40 years later, we're still just thinking about how we can maybe activate better to be able to resolve this crisis. UNESCO has generated different support mechanisms. We are a multilateral organization. We mainly work with the member states, but also with civil society organizations and with youth leaders like those who are on this panel today. In 2020, we launched an update for our most recent framework, which is Education for Sustainable Development by 2030, which recognizes these 5 priority areas that member states need to work on to be able to walk alongside and help this transformation happen better. First, we need to advance policy. Guadalupe was mentioning this as well. We can have environmental education policies, but if they're not holistic and integrated, if they're not thought about from all different points of view to be able to promote climate action, they end up being efforts that don't meet the requirements. So that axis policy is really interesting. We need to strengthen that. Then we have school integration. It's a holistic integration. It has to do with messages such as how does pollution affect our environment and our surroundings. And we want the students to be able to experience what they learn and learn what they experience. And a lot of our panels have talked about schools that have gardens or recycling centers because it's just one specific check mark on their education plan. But that type of action can become transformational action. As Guadalupe was saying, we need to understand the why. Why do we recycle? What is the impact that we're seeking? Same with the school gardens and food security and independence. And we need to think about education that helps students become protagonists in their own learning. So our third area of action in our framework has to do with providing better tools for teachers so that they can work on these different topics. Specifically, the Climate Action Office that we have at the UNESCO is a department that works on this, provides material to teachers so that they can work on climate change. They just launched a very interesting series of materials on the interpretation of the latest report provided by the IPCC. So Google that, look that up, so that if there are any teachers connected today, you can use that material. And there's the fourth area that has to do with empowering youth. So from UNESCO, that means that we need to provide and encourage spaces where you can have an impact on public policy, but also we want you to become a part of the United Nations so that you can have an impact there and for your voice to be heard in the decision-making processes. So I would like to talk about an initiative which has to do with the launch of this framework. We had an international conference, a global conference, which was conference for sustainable development conference in Berlin. So there was first the trash hag, which had to do with recognizing youth initiatives around the world which are working on climate action, like Eyal and Guadalupe's initiatives and others, and they were highlighted at the conference, and the rest of the world got to know about them. And there are always communication problems. We would have liked to have reached out to more young people, which meant that in Latin America and the Caribbean, we created a handbook with basic ideas on climate action and environmental education and development, which also highlights certain practices. We started working on that document in 2020. So this year and over the next few months, we're going to do a widened consultation with young people where I'm going to be inviting those who are connected today so that you can also share your experiences and add them to this catalog so that we can connect the youth in our region in a better way, not just in Latin America, but the Caribbean as well, who face other challenges as they are small island states in development. So that initiative can be really quite interesting, and we want to be able to accompany the youth in this process. And let's go to the fifth area of priority actions. They have to do with local level action. This has to do with schools, particularly school gardens or recycling sites on schools are generally enclosed in these closed education opportunities, but we want those to open up for the community to become involved in these initiatives so that parents come in and be a part of the processes at a family level. And that way we can open up into a series of a chain of action so that we can have more sustainable behavior and so that these can be added into their daily life. That is what we look for. There are some statistics that I would like to share with you. We performed a study from Global UNESCO of the curricula of different member states. There were 46 that participated from around the world, and about half of those curricula did not have the necessary depth or even a mention of environmental care or climate change. And the ones who mentioned environment had a very in-depth perspective. Well, they did not have a deep enough perspective. As Guadalupe was saying, there was just a superficial coverage, but the curricula did not have in-depth coverage. They didn't talk really about carbon and carbon capture and greenhouse gas emissions and global warming. So it's really important to be able to add these topics in depth in the educational system. In the region, we performed a study. It was a comparative study which compared third grade and sixth grade. They studied how the environmental topics are involved in environmental education. And there are some concepts that are involved, but promotion of innovation and creativity and critical reflection was not there at all. I believe that that is the main challenge that we have. It's a gap that the youth can come in to fill. And we are addressing that today from a more technical and global perspective where young people can come in to leave a better planet for future generations. I would also like to close my conversation with the declaration in Berlin where we said it is the time to act for our planet is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. It was a very good talk, and the moment to act is now. It's not yesterday, it's right now. So, to wrap up the presentations, I'd like to give the floor to Mary Aguilar. Mary, okay, wonderful, from EcoHouse Global. And then we'll go to the Q&A for the panel members. Mehdi, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Well, with that, I'll share my screen. Can you see that okay? Yes, wonderful. Okay, wonderful. Well then, just to add to what everybody is saying on the panel, what we would like to do now is to highlight our role, especially all of us that are representing organizations and youth. What is the role that we have in this transformation? And above all, focused on education for sustainability. I just wanted to present about where I'm from. EcoHouse Global is a non-profit organization, as was said at the beginning, and we're strongly dedicated to education because we believe education is the most powerful tool for social transformation. Why? Because it reaches the core of society, the situation, the social environmental crisis, the ecological crisis, the economic crisis of many countries in the world requires profound changes of focus, of paradigm, and that without a doubt requires going deeper, going to the core of the situation. And from there, education as this powerful tool is necessary to tackle this transformation, and it's what's needed as global citizens. So, as an organization, we align with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we just wanted to mention them, especially Goal 4, which is quality education, education as a right, which is part of the name of this panel, to talk about sustainable development goals and to go into goal number 7 as well of these objectives that tackles education for sustainable development. It talks about education for new styles of life, for human rights, for gender equality, for world citizens, for cultural citizens, for respect. So once again, understanding education is a transformational tool that goes beyond knowledge, accumulating knowledge. It has to be transformational education. So, what do we expect? When we talk about environmental education, we're talking about education for sustainability. What do we expect? First of all, it needs to be a permanent process. We talked about the importance of education, especially for schools, but we mustn't limit ourselves to schools. We're in school for a period of our lives, and if we're lucky of having an extensive life, we have many instances where we continue to learn. We learn every day, we learn even through media, we learn through our labor environment, from our family, from public life. Therefore, for it to be a permanent process is fundamental. It needs to be a transversal process as well. It's not that environmental education has to be an environment and that it's separate from the economy. Sometimes we tend to we think of environmental education as natural sciences, but the fact is that education for sustainability, as we just saw, has to be something more expansive, comprehensive, where we tackle civic education, citizen participation, with a focus that's more expansive than social environmental problems, including social aspects, economic aspects, technological aspects, ethical aspects. It has to be an education in values. It must promote social justice, and it must also guarantee that this be inclusive and of quality. When you go through the region, especially Latin America and the Caribbean, education, even though it's a basic right, it's not guaranteed. So it's a step more towards sustainability and to impulse and promote this education so all rights are guaranteed. So in that same line, we'll take this main idea that was brought up by my colleagues here. We mustn't just know the problems, not just in my context, in my reality. Sometimes we talk about climate change and it seems to be very theoretical, very huge, very planet covered. But what can I do? What should I do? What do I have to do with climate change with people that are there, here, or animals in the Amazons? What does it matter? How does this affect me? So getting to know the problem, but above all, understanding and giving people tools for action, just so we don't fall into this apocalyptic point of view that the world is about to end and we just have 10 years left. Otherwise, those that will lose are us, humanity. Humanity will continue to, well, humanity may end, but the world will continue. Now, we're talking about humanity. Now, if we separate ourselves from this apocalyptic point of view, it enables us to separate ourselves from fear and it helps us transform reality. So that's why education for sustainability, environmental education must deliver tools for action that effectively empower people, citizens in all parts of the world to be able to change their reality and their local context, to be able to solve local problems that affect those people in that specific place and time. And please recall that social environmental problems are varied and each corner of the world they hit differently. So solutions are different. The tools that a community may have is different from one area to another due to cultural aspects and others. Therefore, it's very important that education incorporate this pro-positive point of view, and it gives us these transformational tools. And there, the role that civil society organizations, the organization that civil societies have, are key. This isn't just a change from the private sector. Civil society organizations are key because we like to show them as a bridge. They're the ones that are closest to the communities and the territories, and we know the needs, we know the tools, we know what's missing and what's not missing, and we have access many times to other private sectors to be able to link that change so that the tools and the resources and will arrive to the communities. Just to give you a few examples of the power that we have as organizations in civil society, in Argentina specifically, and if we talk about the frame of environmental education, it was very important to have civil society organizations when finding and when creating a national law that states that all territories in Argentina must have environmental education by law in 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 high schools, schools, and universities. And this was a victory by civil society. And here, this is a petition where each petition signature was made effective if we all worked together. And this shows the power we have as citizens of the world. And of course, in mobilizations, marches, communication of all of this, which is not from the problem's point of view, but rather the citizen's point of view of changing realities. And just to talk about some actions that we've carried out before in this direction, with the objective of expanding and giving examples of sustainability and education with the talks of UNESCO on sustainability of San Andres University and the UNDP support. We created the Network for Schools for Sustainable Development and the Forum of Organizations Pro Sustainable Education. These are two organizations focused on collaborative work where we deliver tools to educators so that they can apply and carry out environmental education in their place of work, be it schools or universities. This has a regional outreach. It started in Argentina, it continues to grow, and we have organizations from all over the world that are dedicated to this and for sustainability that deliver and contribute to this network so that education can reach where it needs to go, all citizens of the world. And fostering higher education, we created the socio-environmental faculty where we create academic education opportunities in the region, especially in sustainability, with a strong focus on transformation, which is what we've been talking about. So then, just to talk about this as an example, there's a number of initiatives, not just of EcoHouse, but a number of organizations that have been working on this. So I'd like to invite everybody to find their place as people. You don't need to know about these technical aspects. Everybody can be an agent of change from your area of interest, your area of influence. And here we see that it's important to educate yourself and acquire the tools to change our reality in our circle of action. So thank you very much for this space to talk, and let's continue growing and making this community grow of education for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mehdi, for this presentation and for reminding us that networking is absolutely essential to be able to solve climate crisis. This was our presentation round, and I would propose that we move on to Q&A session where we can all see each other. And I would like to begin with a question for Guadalupe and for Eyal, because as we have heard and as has been mentioned quite a few times, climate change education is complex and it can cause anxiety, particularly amongst young people, due to the complexity of the issue and the rather dark scenario that we are presented with. So, what advice would you give to young people who want to do something but who don't know where to begin? My advice is that they find information in whichever way they can, listen to recognized or well-known activists, go to conferences, and always go to someone who would know more than they do about the issue. And that person will help them to grow in their education. I agree with what Guadalupe said. I would like to add that access to information is one of the most important tools that we have, because the more you know, the more involved you are and the more willing you are to create change. Though it is true that training and action are not linear, I do believe that we cannot perform action without having a certain level of information. But also, I want to tell young people to not be afraid, because a lot of people want to come up to Jóvenes por el Clima. They feel that in order to be an environmental activist, you need to know about many different topics. And unlike other areas of activism, they believe that you need to have a specialization, a technical specialty in marine wildlife, or understand how the greenhouse effect works perfectly and be able to explain it. Well, that example isn't that difficult, but you know what I mean. And with that in mind, I believe it is important to educate oneself from many different perspectives, just to sit down and Google what climate change consequences are. But then I also think that the second step, or maybe together with the first step, is to find people who have similar interests to one's own. Because to act personally in the environmental movement is rather difficult. It can be rather discouraging to see for how many years there has been this struggle and the lack of action that there is, and our inability so far to meet our goals, although we do see that there is some progress. But it is important to create this safety net, which is also a network in which we can come up with an idea and say, hey, can I call you for a second to talk about such and such an idea? And that way you can come up with lots of interesting ideas or projects. I think these are the two important things. One is to learn however you can and however you want to. And the second is to approach people who have similar interests to yours. That way, getting involved will be much easier, whether approaching an existing organization or talking to a friend or several friends who you know who are interested in the environment, and then see what you can do in your area. Whether you're a high school student, you can look for other classmates to see how we can build environmentalism, how we can work on this area in our school. I think that those two steps are key to be able to start getting involved. Thank you very much, Ayel. As I mentioned earlier, it was really interesting to me that two of your key episodes that brought you to being involved in environmental education, Ayel, were that you learned about this thanks to teachers, that you were lucky enough, you said you were lucky enough to have teachers who spoke to you about climate education and climate change. What we see from our Office of Environmental Education is that teachers generally are not prepared to be able to provide this knowledge to their students. And many of them are a bit afraid that some of their students will know more than the teachers, know. So the question I would like to ask Mary now is, in your experience, it's a similar question that I asked to Guadalupe and Eyal. What would you tell teachers who want to get into climate education, but who also don't know where to begin? Well, breathe deep. Do not despair. It seems like an enormous path ahead, and just like all things that are relatively new, education for sustainability has been performed for and been talked about and been implemented for several decades. There have been some isolated implementations. There are many organizations around the world who have been working on these issues, who have already developed a plethora of tools which are readily available. And those of us who work in education understand that there is a huge vocation behind all of this. There teachers, well, we have this, it's our heart, and we work very passionately in all these areas where we are working, whether it's at an NGO, a foundation, a school, a university. So this communal feeling is very important. It's also important to understand that often what is most difficult is to take that first step when it comes to any project. Where most questions come up and you start being most afraid, that's when you say, well, I'm just going to start. And once you take that first step, things start to happen. You start to naturally relate to other people who are in that same phase as you. And you'll realize that there already are networks that have been put together. There is a network of schools who are working in schools. There's an organization forum for organizations that are just kicking off. There are lots of materials and lots of people and organizations who are willing for or who are working on education. Environmental education moves forward. And you can send a message on Facebook or Instagram, and if you're available, you need to raise your hand and that will come to you. So now we need to make sure that we're all working in the same direction. There's lots of us, it seems like we're not, but there are many of us who want a deep change in this reality. And we see that our current model is not working. And we want something else. We want something different. We want something more communal, more cooperative. There are many of us, and we are continually more visible. You can see us in the mobilizations and the actions that are performed. So just raise your hand, ask for help. Don't just sit back and wait. There are lots of people and organizations more than willing to help to ensure that this happens and to see that reality begins to transform. Thank you very much, Mary. So we have all of this advice for the teachers who are listening to us around Latin America. Just raise your hand and ask for help, and we are here to help you. A question for Christian. You are one of the players at UNESCO Santiago who is lucky enough to have this global perspective on what is going on in environmental education in our region. So, what is your perspective on the change that you have seen in the last 5 years or so related to environmental education? We have seen that in Meri, and because of what Eyal is saying, Argentina is acting a lot in this, so is Chile in environmental education. So, what do you see as far as the trend in the regional area? It's a really interesting question. This wide view that we have, we can see that Latin America has been making significant efforts in environmental education to be able to face this more from a more organized point of view. Educators and civil society organizations have been working on this for a long time, but for the last 5 years, there have been lots more spaces for participation and influence, which means that the policies are much more targeted. They're taking into consideration much more integrated aspects. And it's more than just taking your checklist and ticking off, yes, we talked about the environment and we've talked about what we can do at the school. Things are becoming more and more holistic. I believe that something that has been a positive change is the broadening of climate action and climate education moving towards sustainable development. Mehdi was talking about 4.7 and 2030 goals. So we need to focus the right of environmental education, and that has allowed countries to be able to make a lot more progress in public policies. And we also need to talk about continual education or adult education of teachers. That will take a bit longer. That is a significant challenge, not just in our region, but globally. I would say that those are the main challenges that we have ahead of us still, where how those of us who are teaching teachers or future teachers, we need to give them more tools to be able to teach their students and to help students be the protagonists of their own learning. Where how can we create that change and that reflection in a person, which then leads them to take action? So I believe that that would be a more panoramic or overview. And these topics are more embedded, continually more embedded. Teachers have much more uh, access and they are listening to youth in many, many places.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Christian. So now that it's 10:31, we have a few more minutes for questions. Otherwise, we can wrap up now. What do the organizers say? Well, then, there seem there are no questions. Well, then, just to wrap up, then, I just wanted to give you one last question about what the best practices are for you. What is the best practice that you've seen that has inspired you the most that you wish to share with all of the audience in Latin America? Well, then, I'll start. Sure thing. Well, specifically in eco, what really calls our attention is that we're a very large community in eco, very heterogeneous. There's not just people from environmental sciences, there's teachers, economists, doctors, people that work more with gardens. So what really catches my attention is that each and every one does the change, performs the change from their own arena. Sometimes people think they need to do things in March, but the example is a teacher. The best example with your example and with your own words. And a small action like how to not let the water drain away right away when you wash your dishes. So maybe that was too Argentinian. Well, you can talk about how to save water, how to take care of water, or how to compost. These small actions, each one does it for their our area, and these are, for me, the main alerts that help us awaken this interest in conversations. When you don't talk about it, but you actually do it. So we could give thousands of examples, but it's great that everybody does it from their own side, from their own life. If it's water, if it's waste, if it's energy, but just from your own small example, absolutely. And it's very important, especially climate change. Climate change is a global problem with local solutions. So local inspiration, the inspiration from our neighbors is something that matters to be able to go towards actions. Well, then, I'd like to say that Guadalupe had to leave. She has a test, she's at school, so she just took an hour off of her schooling to be able to be with us. So then we wish her once again a happy birthday and thank her for being with us today. And to wrap up, I don't know, Ayala, if you want to share the closing words for actions, some best practices for youth in the region. Right, sure. I'll just insist once again on these points that I highlighted before, which I feel are essential. And this is how we can become more and more involved because individual actions are necessary, as Betty said, many times to generate other types of transformations. Starting from one act, you could have a butterfly effect, and many times this comes and creates a huge mobilization. But we also need more collective actions due to the gravity of the situation we're immersed in. But in that sense, what's collective doesn't need to be huge. For example, I'm going to organize myself to go to Egypt to a summit of the UN. No, it could be much easier, much simpler. For example, I'm a young person in high school or in a university, in any area that you're in, if you could just get one more person and could carry out small actions by saying like, dude, I'm interested in this topic. Why don't we talk about this? And you could create space for this conversation and that way increase the amount of conversation on environmental problems. And it's two essential steps. It's informing yourself and then finding somebody in the area that you live in, that you work in, that you study in, and activate them. And with that, we can go towards larger initiatives. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eyal. Christian, you have the closing words. Thank you. Well, there's so many beautiful things that are happening, such as everybody that's working together towards this. I think of a teacher in Uruguay that work in Las Vegas and Venal, which is about a basic survey, like naming all the animals that are nearby the school, and they didn't mention the flora and fauna that they had beside them. And this motivated this teacher to create a network to visit the area, and now it has a Latin American outreach. So this shows what Mary mentioned, how a teacher can start working from inspiration, from having their own students require more education to take further initiatives. I believe that's one of UNESCO's main messages, that education is a right and that we need to be able to access it. It's part of human rights, and environmental education is part of that. Thank you very much. All right, thank you, Christian. Thank you for reminding us that environmental education is truly a right, a fundamental right, and that it's necessary to advance and grow in this matter. I'd like to remind everybody that the Accords in Paris, Article 12, indicates that environmental education is a necessary tool if we wish to fight against climate change. Well, then, I will give the closing concluding marks for the panel on environmental education. So what we do is we hold free courses with the IPCC for teachers around the world. So it's in English, French, German, Spanish. And the idea here is to bring the science, the complexity of climate change, and to make it accessible to teachers. So here, everybody that wants to learn a little more about the science can go to our website so that they can take charge of the IPCC educational reports. And also, I'd like to thank all the panel members. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for all your work. Paloma, I give the floor back to you. Thank you. Thank you very much, John. It's wonderful to hear in this panel how the stories of all of you are composed of things that have changed your points of view, which was an instance for education in one way or another, privileged access that you had to see what could be seen. And we know that we can't take care of what we don't see. That's why disseminating these practices throughout our territories, our communities, is strategic, because you can be that person that will change the life of future generations. The ideal situation that this isn't left to chance, it has to be a public policy, and that it's structurally linked to countries with an ecological view of the future. I'd like to thank everybody for your participation. It's a pleasure to have all of you here, and you, Jan, for your role as moderator, and also you gave us views of the future and advice. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. Right then, so we'll continue with the conference. In just a few minutes, we'll start the next panel, which is about land ecosystems, threats, and solutions, which will be moderated by Marcelo Mena, ex-Minister of the Environment and current CEO and one of the directors of Fundación Meri. In the last COP, President Obama gave us this great challenge of phasing not just carbon dioxide and emissions, but also methane. And it's a gas that isn't, it has a huge impact in global warming, because according to my information, 87 times more impactful than carbon dioxide in global warming. Marcelo Mena is the Global Methane Hub CEO, and therefore his role is important, especially in preventing changes in global temperature. And as I mentioned before, the conversations would talk about land ecosystems and what threats and solutions. It has a very interesting panel and panel members, and you'll be able to enjoy the conversation moderated by Marcelo Mena, and then we'll leave you a bit of information that's being done by Fundación Meri in promoting climate change prevention and climate change action. Thank you.
salud de las ballenas, el reflejo del océano. Las ballenas azules no son fáciles de encontrar. Se mueven de un extremo a otro de los hemisferios, siguiendo aparentemente las rutas de las corrientes oceánicas. En su viaje, visitan dos tipos de destinos: zonas de aguas cálidas y seguras para el nacimiento de sus crías, o zonas de aguas frías, pero ricas en alimentos, como las aguas de Chile. Aquí existe un lugar llamado Golfo Corcovado, considerado como una de las zonas más importantes para la alimentación y crianza de ballenas azules en el hemisferio sur. Debido a sus extensas rutas de migración, conservar a las ballenas significa también conservar el océano y su inmensa biodiversidad. Por esta razón, se les conoce como una especie paragua, una especie que alberga el cuidado de muchísimas especies del océano. En Fundación Meri, nos esforzamos cada día en conocer y develar los misterios de estos guardianes del océano. Las estudiamos con tecnología de última generación, evitando hacerles daño al realizar nuestro trabajo. Parte importante de nuestra investigación la realizamos con Archie, el dron que nos ayuda a estudiar a las ballenas. Gracias a Archie, hemos aprendido algunas de las amenazas que afectan a estos animales, como las embarcaciones que podrían colisionar con ellas mientras se alimentan. Archie también nos facilita saber si un ejemplar se encuentra bajo de peso. Cuando esto sucede, Archie acude a tomar muestras de ADN o de las bacterias que pueden estar debilitándolas, capturando muestras de sus resoplidos. Si al finalizar la temporada del verano algunas ballenas se ven delgadas, quiere decir que algo no anda bien, ya que para estas fechas debieran haber engordado lo suficiente para emprender un largo viaje hacia aguas tropicales. ¿Crees que la salud de los océanos afecta nuestra salud también? Ahora que ya sabes quién es ella y de su importancia, te enseñaremos cómo cuidarla con cosas muy simples. Para deshacerte del aceite usado y colillas de cigarro, ponlos en un recipiente cerrado y deposítalos en contenedores de basura. ¿Crees que son necesarios los utensilios y las bolsas plásticas? Piénsalo 2 veces. Solo los utilizarás unos minutos y al desecharlos durarán cientos de años en el medio ambiente. Reutiliza las botellas, así desincentivas su consumo y producción. Si tienes otras ideas para cuidar y proteger a la ballena azul, escríbenos. Esta es la parte en que tú ya eres parte. ¿Sabes de qué se alimenta la gran ballena azul? Habitamos un gran planeta llamado Tierra, pero en realidad de Tierra tiene bastante poco, tan solo un 30%. El resto de nuestro mundo está compuesto de agua, de la cual solo un 3% es dulce. Al sur de nuestro país, en la Patagonia, se resguarda parte de ese pequeño porcentaje, congelado en algunos de los pocos glaciares que van quedando en el planeta. Estos gigantes proveen constantemente de agua pura a ríos, humedales y mares australes. En primavera comienza a haber más radiación solar, por lo que aumentan los deshielos y el agua dulce llena de alimentos para quienes viven acá: delfines, cormoranes, albatros, chungungos, pingüinos y la marsopa espinosa. Desde otros lados del mundo llegarán a alimentarse especies viajeras, incluyendo al mamífero más grande que conoce nuestra historia, la ballena azul. Para esta especie, las aguas australes cumplen una función de suma importancia. Sin su alimento no podrían desarrollar una gran capa de grasa y las reservas de energías necesarias para continuar su viaje hacia las regiones tropicales y subtropicales. La gran ballena azul pesa cerca de 35 elefantes juntos. Su longitud equivale a 3 autobuses y su corazón, parecido al tamaño de un auto pequeño de 2 puertas, late 6 veces por minuto. Un animal tan grande y único necesita de una dieta especial, rica en proteínas y que satisfaga hasta las 5 toneladas que debe comer a diario para continuar su viaje. La ballena azul se alimenta de uno de los crustáceos más pequeños que habitan en el mar, el krill. La ballena azul es conocida como una especie paragua, ya que por el largo recorrido que hace de norte a sur, al protegerla y cuidarla, resguardamos también un hábitat marino de gran extensión, donde viven muchos otros seres vivos. Por su importancia para la vida en el planeta y porque es única en el mundo, en Fundación Mary nos comprometimos a estudiar, proteger y difundir el cuidado de la ballena azul. Ahora que ya sabes quién es ella y de su importancia, te enseñaremos cómo cuidarla con cosas muy simples. Para deshacerte del aceite usado y colillas de cigarro, ponlos en un recipiente cerrado y deposítalos en contenedores de basura. ¿Crees que son necesarios los utensilios y las bolsas plásticas? Piénsalo 2 veces. Solo los utilizarás unos minutos y al desecharlos durarán cientos de años en el medio ambiente. Reutiliza las botellas. Así desincentivas su consumo y producción. Si tienes otras ideas para cuidar y proteger a la ballena azul, escríbenos. Esta es la parte en que tú ya eres parte.
Me gusta que se realce todo el amor por la naturaleza, que los chicos vuelvan a conocer todo lo que hay acá y conozcan lo que tienen, que se ha ido perdiendo en estas localidades, aunque no lo creas.
Y ahora les vamos a ir pasando ciertos elementos.
La temática ambiental ya vemos que no es una moda ni es una forma de pasar conceptos, sino que tiene que ser algo que se viva, que se piense, que se sienta y que se hagan acciones concretas en función del medio ambiente.
Hay algunos que no han visto el microscopio, no saben qué es un portaobjeto, un cubreobjeto. Yo por lo menos no sabía nada de eso, cómo es la investigación, cómo se empieza, y todo eso para mí me gustó harto y aprendí harto.
Es una actividad muy bien organizada, muy seria y que contribuye muchísimo al aprendizaje integral de los estudiantes, porque ya que no es todo saber leer y escribir bien, sino que es también un tema de integralidad, de saber de todo un poco. Y qué mejor que saber de dónde nosotros estamos insertos, para poder cuidarlo, para poder conservarlo.
¿Quiénes son ustedes? ¿Qué hacen aquí?
Saber nadar y bucear, porque uno nunca sabe cuándo puede cambiar la corriente, y aprovechaban lo que había en el bosque y lo que había en el mar.
Hay esta creencia que los océanos son un mundo del silencio. Esto viene por 2 causas. La primera es que durante toda nuestra historia, evidentemente, hemos contemplado el mar como un sitio sin sonidos, porque nuestro oído no está preparado para oír de forma correcta bajo el agua. Está hecho para oír fuera del agua, en aire, y cuando nos sumergimos, pues el hecho de que nuestro oído se llene de agua hace que la propagación de la vibración al origen del sonido pues no se haga de forma correcta y que por lo tanto nos llegue únicamente unos matices realmente muy limitados del sonido. Por lo tanto, desde siempre, desde que existe el hombre en la Tierra, hemos ignorado la dimensión acústica de los océanos. Y también la segunda razón, un poco más reciente, es esta película de los años 50 que Cousteau grabó y que se llamaba El mundo del silencio, porque justamente estaba dándose cuenta que el ser humano no podía escuchar y por tanto que el mar era un mar de silencios. Y en realidad está realmente erróneo este concepto de la dimensión acústica de los océanos, ya que los océanos nunca han estado en silencio.
Hello, everyone. We are going to continue on with NovoPangea Latinoamérica United for Climate Change. Now we're going to have our second panel of the day, panel number 6, Climate Crisis in Latin America and the Caribbean. Keep in mind that you can join the conversation using the hashtag NovoPangeaMary on Twitter and Instagram. Today we have Marcelo Mena, who is going to be moderating. He is also on Fundación Meri and part of Global Methane Hub. I'd like to thank all the panelists for joining. I'm going to give a brief introduction. This panel is on the climate crisis for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we have specialists who are specialized in cities and oceans. They are two topics that are really important in battling climate change. I wanted to add a brief comment before I introduce everyone on the panel. A significant part of global surface is under water scarcity, and that is a structural barrier to people's well-being. The World Bank already estimates that water scarcity in areas of Africa and in Middle East may reduce economic growth by up to 10%. In places like Chile, we have significant tensions as far as what to do in regards to our economic activity. We have a glacier law, which could limit mining activity, but on the other hand, a significant amount of the water in the central area of the country comes from glaciers. We have significant pressures internationally as far as demand for food. We have some measures which have allowed to contribute to greater deforestation, such as an almost institutional deforestation that the CONAF has allowed here in the central area of the country. There is current evidence that ecological conservation is a significant way to face these global challenges, as well as the emergency zoonotic emergencies where we are adding the monkey flu to COVID, and these are one of the big challenges in the world are diseases that come from animals. And our economic production depends upon fossil fuels, and that can explain how the war in Ukraine can increase prices as we have seen them. And we are also going to be talking about circular economy rather than depending on fossil fuels as fertilizer. We could take advantage of organic matter that is being sent to landfills, which also ends up causing fires in landfills. We could be using that type of waste as fertilizers. And we will also be talking about how humans put pressure on biodiversity and its loss. And a significant percentage of agricultural area is used for livestock production and its feeding, but it only provides a small amount of calories and protein. So we need to start studying these systems in order to create solutions. So I would like to begin by presenting Liliana Raquel Miranda. She is the author of the IPCC report for Working Report 2, Chapter 12 on cities. She is going to be talking about cities for life. We also have Max Bello with us today. He is a veterinarian and global fellow of the Wilson Center and executive of Mission Blue. And they have both worked on challenges that cities and countries have. And in Max's case, he has also been working on creating marine protected areas. And he has allowed for countries to work on this type of conservation, which has implications in the short and mid time and long term. So let's begin with Liliana so that she can do her presentation. Thank you again for your contribution in reporting on IPC science, which has guided planetary public policy. Thank you very much for that introduction and for the opportunity to share today with you all. Yes, I have worked very hard over the last few years on this IPCC report, the sixth evaluation report, assessment report, but I would also like to share what we are doing in the Forum for Cities for Life. and the Global Pact for Mayors. And in our Ciudades para la Vida or Cities for Life forum, I would like to explain it to you a bit. It's a national network of 34 institutions belonging to 18 cities, both municipalities, universities, and civil society organizations. We have been working on these types of networks for 25 years, and we have co-produced knowledge. We propose policies and bills and plans and strategies, but especially we strengthen local capacities. That is what we focus on. Something that we always say, for instance, in climate change, is that climate action must be local or it will not be at all. It is from localities that is where we will be able to make change. However, policies will need to be global and national. It has been very clear in IPCC's Group 2 that any delay or additional delays in global action will mean that we are going to lose that small window that we still have, but this window may close very quickly to be able to ensure an inhabitable future on the planet. And the report offers options with solutions for the world. I'd like to invite you to look up this report and read it. Group 2 has 3,700 pages long with a series of discoveries and findings, recommendations, as well as what science is telling us about what does work to be able to adapt and to begin to prepare for what is on the way. The report has 3 working groups. Group 1 works on scientific foundation, meteorological foundations, and this report provides the greatest comprehensive understanding as far as how the climate crisis is changing our physical world. Here is a table which I was unable to translate, but we have the super regions of Central and South America, and this table tells us that water cycles are being dramatically changed. Max already said that. In this region where we have Peru, I am Peruvian, and part of Chile and part of Bolivia as well. We have a series of red boxes, and these red boxes tell us about increase in temperature, increase in cold as well, and also glaciation. And the other red boxes tell us about the increase in sea levels, coastal flooding, and acidification of the ocean. There's a series of white boxes because we are not sure exactly what will happen in regards to precipitation. There's a series of anomalies that happen because of the Nino phenomenon and a lack of research, but something that has been made clear by Group 2's research is that these peaks of intense rain will increase, and the country where they will increase the most is Peru, and these peaks could get to 400% stronger or more intense than normal. Actually, it's in the northwest south area or the northwestern quadrant of South America. And we will also see more frequent and more permanent drought, which seems to be a contradiction, but it is not. So we need to protect ourselves facing these future scenarios. And each increase in temperature and regional changes are the greatest in regards to average temperature, precipitation, and soil humidity. So if we look at the left, it will tell us what will happen if there is a 1.5-degree global warming. As you can see, there are some brown areas, which means that they will be drier. With the 2-degree increase, and Group 1 report will tell us that we will get to 1.5 by 2040. Basically, we have no choice in that, maybe even sooner than 2040. The trend is that by 2100, we are going to have an increase of 3.2 or more degrees. So here's a calculation for 2 degrees, and things get even drier. And at 4-degree increase, a lot of Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Amazon, they would become deserts. So you can see this in the interactive map for the IPCC. It's a very concerning scenario. The other point is that many of these changes are happening as a decade response and even centuries. For instance, air temperature and water and ocean levels are increasing along the coast. So that are the projections that Group 1 give us. And by 2050, if there's been a sea increase in 20 centimeters on average, it will increase between 40 and 65 more centimeters by 2050. This is going to affect between 158 million and 510 million people, and this will expose billions and trillions of dollars in infrastructure. This is a moderate scenario. And if global warming can be stopped, this process at this point is irreversible and it will continue. So we need to start working very seriously on what to do with our coastal area. In Peru, we have 3,000 kilometers of coast. There are 2.5 million people who work on the coast. There's the ports. What are we going to do for them? So significant responses in order to change these risks requires a transformational adaptation. And this means changing public, uh, political, and social structures which generate ex exposure and vulnerability. We are continually even building or rebuilding risk after we've gone through disaster. We need to facilitate social well-being and ecological well-being. Peru contributes to 0.3% of greenhouse gas emissions around the world. We have increased by 20% in our emissions, but if we reduce our emissions, we won't even scratch the surface of global greenhouse gas emissions. And the main contribution in Peru is the deforestation of the Amazon. And we are highly dependent on hydro energy, and our main climate vulnerability is due to water, whether it's an increase in intense rains or the increase of sea levels or drought. And in all of this, our main source of power and food is at risk here. There are no additional resources assigned to be able to address climate change in Peru at the moment. In 2016, we had drought with significant forest fires. 54,000 hectares of forest were burned. And in 2017, we had coastal El Nino with frost. And we have identified 4 climate dangers which are currently affecting Peru. We have heat waves, droughts, and intense rains, sea rise, strong wind, tornadoes. Guatemala has had hurricanes. There have never been hurricanes in Guatemala. We have not had them yet. And even in quarantine, we had electrical storms in Lima, and those electrical storms brought an enormous amount of hail on the coast in Lima, and in the south, there was a little tornado in one of the small towns. And then we have our frosts and cold snaps that have been in the Sierra. We have had 20 below zero in places that are not even habitable anymore. So we need to identify these groups that are at risk, whether it's people, property, infrastructure, services, resources, and ecosystems. So with the Global Pact of Mayors for Climate, we are working on a series of very concrete steps of activities that must be performed by local governments in order to adapt and prepare for what is to come. Step number 1, well, 0 is to sign the pact. 1 is to have an inventory, a municipal inventory of greenhouse gas emissions. Then we have to identify climate dangers. And 3, have an adaptation plan and mitigation plan. And in Peru, we've done it the other way around, actually. We have identified our dangers and identified vulnerability and determined adaptation measures. We have identified mitigation measures and elaborate a local plan. And then, well, once we have the resources, we perform the plan. We have performed workshops with municipalities, and we have joined virtual conferences like this one, and several different municipalities have provided their reports. 16 of them provided their first version of their plan, and they are in their approval process. We have also worked on a series of guidebooks with adaptation measures on how to perform your greenhouse gas emissions inventory at a local level, and to be able to put together your local climate action plans at a municipal level, and how to set those priorities in the necessary levels, which can even bring you into how to plan your budget. And here are all the links on the screen. You can visit them if you're interested. And thank you for the unanimous 2018 agreement on the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And this allows us to act. So there's a series of results that are being shared, which you can see we already have these posters as far as the action, and we need to accelerate local action and national action and global action. Social organization and engagement and reconfiguration of how governance is performed are absolutely essential to be able to have climate resilience that is required in the face of all of these challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the impacts that Peru has seen due to climate change have been vast, especially in the last few years. It's one of the things that has been affected due to its economic growth. There has been climate risk index, which is something that shows how it affects Peru, and therefore it's a challenge to its well-being. And coastal challenges are also involved there. Max Vello, well, I wanted to give you the floor. Obviously, challenges are important with respect to coastal ecosystems. It's been very difficult to value what it means for us and having methodologies to estimate the value of coastal conservation. This is under a type of paradigm that doesn't analyze losses, and these areas are hugely subject to pressures. A large amount of the fisheries that we share with Peru are overfished, overexploited in the area. So Max, I'll give you the floor. And as an activist in conservation, I just wanted to know how conservation allows us to access in that subject. Thank you very much, Marcelo. It's always a pleasure to see you again. It's wonderful to share the floor with you because you were instrumental and perhaps a key part for the creation of the large marine protected areas that are in Chile. You're a global leader in protection, so it's one of the highest protected areas in the world. So thank you also, Liliana. It's a pleasure to be here in the panel with you and all the friends from Fundación Meri. The fact is that we have given very little value to the coast and the ocean. The planet is covered 70% by water. And it's not just that, but also imagine that life in the planet comes from the ocean. And this situation hasn't been defined as it should be. And this has been especially true in the last 50 years because we've seen a huge impact in the oceans that is truly significant. Today, we know that the main threat to the oceans is overfishing, as you mentioned, Marcelo. This is one of the most iconic cases of overfishing, which is in the area of the current of Humboldt, which we share with Peru and Ecuador, where Chile and Peru are one of the most used examples of overfishing in the planet, where they took areas to a level of collapse where they never recovered. So this isn't just for economics, but the ecosystem as such is key for the food chain of many other species in the planet. And we can continue advancing in that constantly. If we add to that the crisis of the loss of biodiversity associated to this, which is one of the main causes, of course, of overfishing, and if we add to that pollution, the most evident one is plastic pollution, but we also have pollution with caused by herbicides, chemicals, and other areas in production lines. And if we add to that climate change today, in fact, there are reports that mention that the impact in climate change has a greater presence, and eventually it can overcome the threat of overfishing itself. The key point, and what I'd like to mention, is something we must forget. As humans, we also like to compartmentalize things. It's the effect of all of these together that has taken the oceans to practical collapse. And when we have mentioned degrees, just so you can have something very clear, we also understand that today we're talking about 3-4 degrees of increase. When we talk about 1.5 of increase, we know that 90% of the coral reefs will disappear. That situation is very serious because the coral reefs are probably the containers of the largest amounts of biodiversity in the planet, and they're associated to many other things that have to do with adaptability, sustainability, communities. So billions of people, millions of people live in coastal areas, and this has to do with the food supply. So these coral reefs are related to the generation of that life, which is affected by fisheries. So with 2 degrees increase, the coral reefs will disappear completely. Let's not even think of 3 to 4 degrees. The situation in that sense seems almost like unreal, but it's real, and the loss is huge. The collapse that we're talking about, according to different papers, it mentions that this would be the sixth extinction, and that it would be very much like a complete extinction. And this is similar to what happened previously in the history of this planet, but that it has never been mediated by a being that calls itself intelligent. This has never happened before. So we have that threat that can take us to a complete collapse of the planet, understanding that this would affect animals and that animals aren't just a part of the oceans, but also a part of a hugely important cycle. Oxygen, rather climate, and the atmosphere of this planet was created by the ocean. So any chemical change, such as what's already happening in the oceans, will have consequences which are more and more catastrophic on the atmosphere, and therefore it will have an effect on humanity. Nevertheless, when facing this dark concept, we also see that there's huge advances in protection. Chile has been one of the great leaders in these matters. Panama, a year ago, just a little bit over a year ago, increased its protection of 30% of its oceans. They have access to the Atlantic, the Pacific, and other waters, and the Caribbean. So we're working with many countries in the region to surpass 30% protection. In Chile, we're talking about overcoming 43% protection because, as you know, Marcelo, there were many promises made in the previous administration, but they were not fulfilled to advance the marine protected areas and protected areas, and we have to recover that level of leadership. And I believe that with the current administration, which is just taken government, we can probably increase that protection. Peru is the most behind in marine protection. However, it's the one that has taken most interest in marine resources, but it has not protected enough. And Uruguay already announced an important level of protection. And we hope that other countries are taking note, especially for the UN meetings on oceans at the end of June. So, after all these pieces of good news, there are many other things that are happening that could have a great conclusion that can represent good news. There's also discussions on fishing subsidies, which is part of the World Trade Organization, and this can affect marine life because these subsidies are driving overfishing and also fossil fuels in an unprecedented manner with huge ships which are destroying the oceans. So this is a truly important decision that's going to happen in June as well. On the other hand, we have the discussion today on the possibility of the exploitation of the marine beds, which is basically under it's mediated by speculation. It's not that we need this, it's just that there is speculation and much of that material is extracted, but much of that can be recycled, and the exploitation of the marine areas cannot be recovered in many cases. So we're calling Chile, Peru, and other countries in the region to be able to generate a huge mining survey related to marine areas. Now the UN discusses the high seas. 60% of the 60 to 70% of the oceans are left out of the exclusive economic zone. So therefore, we have an opportunity to protect that large part of the oceans which are being destroyed due to these subsidies. And also, CBD will be meeting this year, the Biological Diversity Convention, and they will meet this year and discuss what the objectives for conservation will be, which scientists say that at least 30% of the oceans have to be protected, and it has to focus on the quality of those protected areas, such as is seen in Chile and Panama. To finalize, we've been seeing a process that has advanced in Glasgow, and the COP and the UN also had an important push towards ocean subjects in Chile and other countries continue to push forward in this and having a dialogue related to oceans, which is bringing the oceans within the Paris Accords, which is key. Remember, for 25 years, the oceans were not incorporated in that discussion, so that for many people, this represents the value that we've assigned to the oceans. So it's key to continue advancing. We need to advance much more quickly than before in nature solutions. And one of the great benefits of the oceans need to be protected. We need to change how we use the oceans, and we need to be more ambitious in our protections. Thank you very much, Marcelo. Thank you very much. answers are expansive. Sometimes we're too short-sighted with what we wish to do. Today, all countries are going through a hike in fuel prices, and the desire to subsidize fuel prices is high. Also, food prices are going up, and something that we should take as a lesson is to not depend on these, such as the case of Russia, which is the largest fossil fuel producer in the world between coal, gas, and others, and we need to commit to more sustainable energy, such as Peru and in Chile, where we have a huge potential for renewables, and this would give us a reason to have energetic independence. I wanted to ask Liliana a few things with respect to what's happened with Peru.
In 2017, there were significant losses in the GDP. It was almost a 3% loss in some areas. And I wanted to ask you, Liliana, has anything changed, or has the climate change effect been changing the way in which your country is addressing all of this by including public and private decisions? Or do you see that there is a lot of work to do ahead? I am afraid there is still much work to do. Anything that we have achieved is at a very low speed, and it is not at the speed that the circumstances require, considering the projections that scientists are giving us. I under We have a commission on the El Niño phenomena, and it's 40 years old, and the El Niño phenomenon destroys everything in its path every time in Peru. I have experienced 3 El Niños as a child and an adolescent, and I've seen the effects of it in my own home and in my own neighborhood. I could see how the highway was destroyed and the economy was affected, and farmers would lose everything and lots of people would migrate. And that continues to happen the same as ever, except that before it used to happen every 20 years, then it was every 15 years, and now it's every 10 years. And every time it happens, it's more intense. And though we do improve how we build our highways, and even though we do improve our bridge building skills, bridges keep being knocked down because the river is higher each time that we have a El Niño phenomenon. There is a rule related to how you define what the width is of the bridges. And it is defined based on the maximum average level of the river. And when I discovered that article, I started sending letters to the head to change that and set it as it is defined as the greatest extraordinary level of the river, because those are the ones that destroy rivers. And they continue to destroy the rivers because they have not changed this article, unless there is a very intelligent engineer who makes a wider bridge. Now, there is a mayor who is a someone who's from the countryside, and he built a very wide bridge. It's the only bridge that's still standing, and it's been built for 30 years. Everybody used to make fun of this mayor who is from the countryside, but he was the only one who had that common sense and practical knowledge that we needed. And same thing has happened with the Commission on Climate Change. We have a National Commission on Climate Change. We have commissions and platforms, and being updated, the National Adaptation Plan, and we have all of these things. We have increased our goals. We want to have carbon neutrality, zero carbon. We have all the studies and the benefits that we would have if we were to do that. But who implements these things? Where are the resources for that? We declare a climate emergency, but there's no resources, not even in regional or national governments. And in creating these inventory, the Ministry of the Environment is focusing on it, but there's not enough attention being paid to it. I mentioned forest fires earlier, 24,000 hectares. out of those 50-something thousand that were burned in 2016, that Chile also suffered as well. They had significant forest fires. 24,000 of those 50-something thousand hectares were in Cajamarca, which is where Peru's president is from. So was the previous president of the Council of Ministers is from Cajamarca. So is the current president of the Council of Ministers is also from Cajamarca. So basically, if the forest is burned, the the savings of the farmers are also burned up because that's how they finance their livelihoods. They plant trees to be able to send their kids to university, and if those trees burn down, they lose their future. It is a dramatic scenario, and this affects and is affecting national economy. PBK was president at that time when we had the coastal El Nino in 2018. The climate change law was approved in 2018 in an instant, and I helped to write the draft of that bill. And there was lots of debate, but in the end, all political parties, in the midst of the internal conflict and confrontations and all of the disputes, all political parties agreed, and there wasn't a single vote against that bill. But when it comes to assigning resources to it, no one raises their hand. So there is a problem, a serious problem, when we also talk about the fact that we need IPCC clearly says that we need to change in which governance is performed so that these priorities can get to the necessary level to get to the priorities that have been set. And that is unfortunately not happening in Peru yet. I worked at the World Bank for a couple of years to figure out how to start to increase financing for climate change adaptation, and I had the experience of the climate change adaptation plans that we have in the Ministry of Public Works, which are considering climate scenarios. Of course, you can always make more progress, but there are a couple of things that are currently in the Chilean climate change uh, law, which is a bit slower than in Peru, but there are some things that I think are interesting technical challenges for us to be able to provide the tools for whomever wants to listen to this advice. They need to be able to know how to do that. First, there's uh, companies need to declare their climate risks, and they need to do that locally, but corporations also need to do that through international regulations. They are forced to declare both physical and transitional risk, which means how many greenhouse gas emissions they have or produce or sell. Now, the system for environmental impact evaluation will also force companies to declare climate scenarios. And how feasible do you think that is? And what would we as technicians need to comply with? Because there's one thing is to look at IPCC report and look at 100 kilometers of resolution, and it's different to say, how are we going to change the design of the bridge or the port or whatever the infrastructure project is? So how feasible do you think that is? And what responsibilities do we as a sector have to be able to provide those tools? Well, I think that before Group Two's report and even Group Three reports came out, because there are three groups who have been working on the IPCC. I am in group number 2, which has to do with adaptation. But everything was slow in regards to the evaluation cycle, which are much less alarming. This current report came out and it says we have a very short window, a 10-year window left. So for Peru and Chile and other countries to change their way in which they invest, their way in which they build, their building codes. I am an architect, and I have tried to convince the housing ministry to have an regulation on sustainable construction to be able to improve efficiency and increase green areas in the city, just small things. We want that to be mandatory. First version, we were absolutely celebrating the fact that it was released in parallel with the COP that was in Lima. We celebrated. We said, "Well, this is wonderful. It's the first version." In 2018, it will be mandatory. 2018, it was not made mandatory. 2019, not mandatory. 2020, not mandatory. 2021, it's been mandatory only for social housing projects that the government finances, but it does not apply to the rest, not even for investments that the state makes for its own buildings or retrofitting its buildings to be able to reduce energy usage or consumption. There's something that happened in the building that I lived. It took me 4 years to convince my neighbors to implement a movement sensor system to be able to save on our power bill. It took me 4 years to convince my neighbors, and I have given them so many arguments on how this will save money, and it was very difficult to convince the superintendent of the building, but once it was already implemented, everybody was so happy that the power bill went down by about 35%, and that's such a simple change where we could have saved money for 3 or 4 more years. So it's that sort of thing, but there is a resistance to that sort of activity, which is not reasonable. We also need to understand how to handle resistance that politicians have, engineers, experts, and mayors. That resistance to change and the fear of what is new, we need to ask ourselves when when do people say, "Oh, we really do need to do something?" It's when they're at the doors of the disaster. We had El Niño in 2017, there was a disaster. In 2018, the law was approved immediately. But we've gone back to our slow rhythm, and we really don't want to destroy everything, all the progress that we have made. That is a call by science because it is truly concerning as far as what we have experienced and what is coming, which will be worse. What I wanted to ask, thank you very much, Liliana, for your comment because I am very interested on your implementations and the barriers or knowledge in my case. And we are working at the university in order to support different specific companies where companies say, well, what should I do? It's no longer enough to say you need to adapt. Companies ask us, what do we do? What does it mean to adapt? What measures do I need to take? And it's very important to have that type of conversation. Well, you need to read the report because there are thousands of solutions. There are solutions for every single case. Oh, absolutely. But what do I in a company do who has a specific mission and a vision and that has a risk that is related to its environment, which will require a high solution, a high level solution. But let's move on to Maximiliano. So Max, I would like to ask you, here we have finance deficits, of course, or financing deficits, but not destroying can be better than building something new to face the same issue. So I would like to ask you, what benefits does adaptation bring in regards to coastal conservation? What advantages could coastal conservation have? We know that mangrove forests and wetlands do this, but what benefits does healthy coastal ecosystems bring and ocean ecosystems bring to climate adaptation and mitigation?
So yes, all of biodiversity that exists, well, all the fish is basically carbon. It's carbon based. So there are studies that show that whales sequester carbon, but not just whales, but all life there. And while we're extracting fish and we're overfishing, overexploiting these resources, we're also taking more carbon to the atmosphere. So the stability, the recovery, the restoration of some of these systems is key. Chile also has the sea or kelp forests, which is an ecosystem, which is in the best status and the largest in the world. So we know that the kelp forests are wonderful, and they're perhaps one of the greatest carbon sequestrators in the world. So just imagine the potential that we have in Patagonia with that huge kelp forest. Nevertheless, as you know, probably 80% of seaweed extraction in Chile happens in the north, and it's illegal. They're destroying the kelp forest, seaweed forests, with the state being a standby, an onlooker without any type of penalty, and this is due to the poverty of communities nearby. And it these reservoirs of biodiversity are areas where species, when they're young, stay for stages of their life. They're sort of nurseries for many species, and this affects local communities as well, their livelihood. So what we need to do is to solidify everything according to our needs. We continue talking about a South economy, but only a type of activist type of point of view. I saw a post by the UN where it talks about blue economy, and it's just focused on extraction. Why is protection incorporated? Because it, conservation preservation is key. So what brought us to this crisis is exactly that way of thinking. We're repeating that, right? So that's something we need to change, and that's key. And also, in your question, you talked about financing. Well, financing exists. We know in the OECD reports, or the OECD reports, the results show that the expenditure in marine conservation is less than 0.1%. So then it's incredibly small, minuscule compared to the rest of the country. However, Chile was behind in conservation and the protection of biodiversity, even more so when compared to the developing world. So, at first world countries, so there is money. However, replacing those resources, that money, where it's not the right place. We have salmon farms, which mustn't just be outside of marine protected areas, but salmon farming is completely co-financed by the state. Chileans are financing salmon farming due to direct subsidies to salmon farming, such as the Navanino law and others, or through subsidies of other types, such as the building of roads, of parking areas, airports, and we continue subsidizing activities that continue destroying the environment and that prevent Chile from being a huge power in carbon sequestration for the planet. So how the Patagonia, this refuge for the world, is being destroyed due to a activity, an extractivist activity, which is completely out of bounds, in my opinion, mismanaged by Congress for so many years to be able to build legislation to only benefit extractivist activities. This needs to end. This type of use is what we need to change. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to change things to lower the temperature at least to 1.5 as degrees as we had mentioned. Well, it's fundamental to understand that none of these conservation efforts are isolated. It's not like fish know what the border is between Chile and Peru, the marine protected areas, marine parks. So I want to ask, were there intentions for collaboration? But if we talk about collaboration, you were talking, you work in the network of collaboration in Ecuador, Panama, among others, Galapagos, but we need Peru, and we need to convince them to join us. What about collaboration in oceanic and coastal conservation where it's a win-win? One of the ways that we worked when we created the marine parks in the Drake Pass is to have a mirror protected areas. The agaves with Argentina. The argument from Chile is if this is in Argentina, it's lost. How do you manage that? Well, effectively, with what we saw in the region, in the tropical areas and the examples you gave, we've been working for many years in Ecuador, Costa Rica, Panama. In fact, we're waiting for the last part of the expansion of marine protected areas in Colombia, which will surpass 30%. It's a wonderful, unique example that halfway that corridor that we have wonderful information on how whales, fish, turtles cover and go through the underwater ranges. Well, it's not like a super highway. It's already exists. The issue here is to work at a multinational level to recognize that these are shared challenges. And this has been a great failure of the fishing systems because the fishing system has failed. And it's been in the use of resources according to the interests of each country, as if the resources were their own and they were limited to the borders of each country. And each one then just exploits the resources according to their own interest. That type of use is actually something that crosses borders, and for the first time, we're seeing advancements in that. Chile and Peru had an opportunity, and I believe that they've advanced, but very, very tentatively with respect to that issue, and there's much more work to be done. The fact is that I said that Peru can have advancements, and we're awaiting those advancements in the region. Without a doubt, it's the country that's behind the most, and it continues to have a huge level of fishing exploitation, but not just that, oil, gas, underwater mining nodes. So it affects millions of Peruvians that live directly from the sea. Because here it's not just we stop fishing. No, there's communities that live from fishing from the sea here and Africa and other countries and other areas, other continents, but that capacity of living from their own resources, of sustaining their own families, depends hugely on the sea, and we're placing that at risk with great capitals, great risks. Many of them, well, the tuna fishery in Peru isn't even Peruvian. It's owned by Ecuadorian shareholders. So it's a business. So let's not talk about food security. Let's talk about overfishing of salmon, of tuna. We're talking about a level that's even greater than that. And that's something I want to highlight. That industrial fishing is what's damaging our possibilities, and that should finance today. We should change the model, and we should finance conservation instead of continuing to finance extraction. As the last question, and just to wrap up the panel, and thank both of you for your time. Local action. So what really catches my eye is, well, this is the last question. I just want to state that, well, one of the things we did in the World Bank is that local actions were very important. Lydia, I wanted to ask you how significant is decentralization? Chile is going through this decentralization in climate adaptation, and how should it be? Because obviously financing is very important as well. He's muted right now. Yes, without financing, there's not much you can do. One of the conclusions of Group 2 is financing for adaptation, but not just a lack of financing is a problem. There's other problems, and don't kill the messenger, but it's true. There's problems of corruption, lack of capability, slowness in reacting, because we know what to do. We know what we must do. It's already in the document, and anyone can read it. You're going to find solutions to most of the climate problems we are facing. However, things are not done. It's not done because it's a problem to politics, governance, that we pointed out, but also we have a problem. Simple solutions such as changing our diet. Let's change our diet. Let's stop eating meat. We need to stop eating meat, right? Okay, so we can do that, right? Each one as an individual, we can even become vegetarians. We can stop eating beef, pork, fish, etc. But can we do that decision for changes? Well, right there's local actions as well. We could also carry out massive reforestation from each locality. So if we each and every one of us committed to plant 3 to 4 trees a year and have the municipality plant trees, that the regional governments plant trees, and that there is a will to plant trees, maintain them, water them. Will the national government do this? The national government, will it change people's diets? Will it plant trees? Well, it could be that there could be a huge program like the huge plantation of trees in Africa, but it requires the local government to act. It requires people to act and maintain those trees alive. So do not inject resources to local action. Without local action, we're going to achieve very little because it's the people themselves and have to be prepared and have to adapt to their local work area. So changing to renewable energies. Will we change our car? Do we have enough subsidies to have an electric car? Or are we going to use bikes now? Will we use the electric scooter? That who will do that? The national government? No, the national government can generate the commissions, but actions must be taken by people, local entities, companies themselves. So, with the logic of circular economy, this change towards circular economy requires policies and the goodwill and support, but the action will be local. And that's something we need to recognize because if we don't decentralize climate action, very little will be achieved. Thank you very much. And this is good advice for a future regionalization in Chile as well. Max, we don't have time for a new question, or but we'd like to thank both of you for your time. So decentralization, local action, adaptation are all important topics that is sorely needed and that has been delayed in public policy. So it's been a wonderful talk. I'd like to thank all of you for having participated in this forum organized by Fundación Cortes Solari and Fundación Meri, and we'll go to the next panel. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcelo. Thank you for acting as moderator, and thank you, Max and Liliana, for your time, for having participating in NovoPangea with your thoughts and critical reflections and analysis. Now, panel 6, climate crisis in Latin America and the Caribbean. You can find it in Fundación Meri's website and fcs.tv, and we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes with the next panel, Climate Change and Sustainable Development. Thank you.
Te presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. ¡Vamos a territoriar!
Hola, soy Sonia Español Jiménez, soy bióloga marina, trabajo en Fundación Meri. Hace 8 años me vine de España a Chile para estudiar las ballenas. Cuando era pequeña veía muchos documentales en la tele de naturaleza y en especial veía una serie que se llamaba Flipper. Flipper era un delfín que podía comunicarse, podía hablar con su entrenadora. A mí eso me parecía fascinante, cómo un delfín podía hablar con un humano. Esto me hizo pensar y darme cuenta que yo quería estudiar a los delfines y a las ballenas. Así que estudié durante muchos años y finalmente llegué a Chile. De los 13 tipos de ballenas que hay, en Chile existen 9. Eso es muchísimo, es una gran oportunidad para poder estudiarlas y conocerlas. Estudiar las ballenas es súper importante, no solo porque son el animal más grande que ha existido en la Tierra, sino también porque están en todos los océanos. Así, al estudiarlas a ellas, podemos conocer si nuestras actividades diarias están afectando a donde ellas viven. En Chile podemos ver 9 tipos de ballenas diferentes, algunas de ellas en peligro de extinción. Se alimentan en las aguas frías del sur de Chile porque son ricas en alimentos. Una vez que se alimentan, se van a las aguas más calientes, como por ejemplo Ecuador, a reproducirse y tener sus crías, porque así estas nacerán más a salvo. Si queremos proteger a nuestras ballenas, tenemos que cuidar nuestros océanos. Y una de las formas más simples en las que todos podemos ayudar es preocuparnos de cómo y en qué usamos el agua de nuestras casas, porque finalmente todo el agua en algún momento va a llegar al océano. Los océanos producen el 50% del oxígeno que todos nosotros consumimos y para ello las ballenas son clave, porque con sus nutrientes ayudan a que aparezcan unas microalgas que son como unos árboles en chiquitito que por una parte generan este oxígeno y por otra absorben el CO2 de la atmósfera. Así que tanto las ballenas como los océanos nos están ayudando a día de hoy a mitigar las consecuencias del cambio climático. Si quieres conocer más sobre las ballenas y el fascinante mundo marino, te invitamos a ver ahora las cápsulas educativas de Fundación Meri y a que nos sigas en las redes sociales y en www.fundacionmeri.cl. ¡Nos vemos!
Desde hace millones de años, las ballenas han habitado desde la Antártica hasta el Ártico y durante su vida capturan 33 toneladas de CO2, 1500 veces más que un árbol. Este es absorbido en sus cuerpos por lo que no vuelve a salir a la atmósfera, ayudando así a reducir uno de los principales gases causante del calentamiento global. Las ballenas aportan nutrientes a su paso por todos los océanos. Estos nutrientes son fuente de vida microscópica, como el plancton, que ayuda a los océanos a fabricar el 50% del oxígeno que consume el planeta. Además, este sirve de alimento a otros organismos, siendo una cadena sin fin que favorece a todo el ecosistema marino y al ser humano que se beneficia de este servicio traducido en la pesquería. Cuantas más ballenas, más peces. Sin embargo, las ballenas están bajo amenaza. Entre el 2007 y 2019 van más de 1.200 víctimas. Por eso nace The Blue Boat Initiative, que instalará y conectará la primera red sudamericana de boyas acústicas de alerta temprana para la protección de ballenas. Una red de boyas inteligentes con un complejo sistema de hidrófonos, sensores oceanográficos y transmisores que comenzará a operar en el sur de Chile. Esta es una de las principales áreas de alimentación y crianza de ballenas del hemisferio sur, gracias a la gran productividad y refugio que generan la combinación única de fiordos y las corrientes subantárticas y oceánicas. The Blue Boat Initiative comenzará en el mar interior de Chiloé, el Golfo de Ancud y el Golfo de Corcovado para luego cubrir toda la ruta migratoria de las ballenas. La información satelital que ellas envían permitirá advertir en tiempo real a las embarcaciones sobre la presencia de ballenas para que éstas tomen medidas que eviten golpear a estos valiosos cetáceos. Estas boyas permitirán también conocer datos vitales en cuanto al calentamiento global de los océanos, debido a los sensores oceanográficos que monitorearán el estado de salud de los océanos. El océano es parte esencial del ciclo de la vida y nosotros podemos ayudar a que ésta siga adelante, multiplicándose y beneficiando al mundo entero. Sé parte de esta inédita iniciativa chilena. Ayúdanos a cambiar la historia del océano y el mundo.
Bueno, las principales iniciativas que hoy día nosotros estamos llevando en el contexto chileno son tres. Una, que es la red de aprendizaje para la pesca artesanal, la cual de una u otra forma entrega las distintas herramientas y es un espacio también de conversación, de poder intercambiar experiencias entre los distintos actores que se desarrollan en la pesca artesanal, desde lo que son los pescadores propiamente tal, pasando por los institutos científicos y aquellas instituciones que tienen que ver con la fiscalización y con la administración de los distintos recursos. Por tanto, es un espacio de confianza en donde se busca, a través de este diálogo transparente, poder lograr de una u otra forma encontrar soluciones innovadoras que nos permitan de una u otra forma entender que el desarrollo depende de cada uno de los actores que se ven involucrados.
De ellas es este proyecto de Blue Boat Initiative, que a través de la instalación de boyas acústicas en lugares de alta congregación de cetáceos permitirá dar aviso en tiempo real a las embarcaciones para que éstas disminuyan su velocidad.
Welcome back to our second to the last panel of our second day of NovoPangea Latin America. Today we are going to be talking about climate change and sustainable development, the urgency of having a paradigm shift. Our monitor is going to be a doctor in marine biology, executive director of Fundación MERI, Sonia Español. Thank you very much for this wonderful second day of NovoPangea. And as we were saying, in today's panel, we would like to talk about climate change and sustainable development, because we know that the environmental impact of our lifestyles together with climate change means ecosystem well-being is in danger, as well as humanity and survival itself. Therefore, we understand that we need to have profound transformations in the paradigm of our development. It is urgent that we have a new paradigm of sustainable development, which will take into consideration interdependence of economic, social, and environmental development, which will then allow us to have public policies with an integrated vision of sustainability. So we want to look at innovative development experiences from both public, local, and international perspectives. This way we can have an integrated and cooperative fashion in which we can have measures and actions that are effective. We will have Debbie Lay. She was the author of the 18th chapter in the IPCC report. And we also have Luis Fernandez, who is also an author of the IPCC in Group 2, Chapter 18, and coordinator of sustainability climate change within the Vice Presidency of Inclusion, Social Impact, and Development at Monterrey. We also have Soledad Munoz, who's going to be with us. She is a special reporter on economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights at the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. And we also have Julio Cordano, who's going to be with us. And we also have Ciro Colombara, who is a lawyer. We're going to begin with Deborah Lay's presentation. She is an author in the IPCC, and she is also the lead author of the special report on global warming in the IPCC. And report 2, she has a degree in geography and environment from the University of Oxford, a master's in civil engineering at the University of Colorado. She is working in renewable energy, rural electrification, and sustainable development. And she's a volunteer with Engineers Beyond Borders. Thank you very much, Fundación MERI, for your kind invitation. And are you able to see my screen? I hope you are able to see it. I'm going to talk about adaptation and resilient development tracks. So let's talk about why it would be a climate resilient development track. Though Luis and I are in the working group too, we do understand that adaptation is not everything. We also need to integrate reduction of climate risks together with a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and strengthening biodiversity and compliance with sustainable development goals. But it's not just the sum of these elements that we need to talk about. Climate resilient development goes beyond just these points. On this slide, which is in the IPCC report, we have a schematic of these different tracks or trajectories. On the left-hand side, we can see the different players and the arenas in which these players can move in order to make decisions. They are areas such as community, sociocultural, political, ecological, knowledge, and financial. This means that each and every one of us have a significant role to play. These stakeholders and these arenas of work and connections continually function in the decision-making process, which is going to establish which track or path we are going to follow, which is what you can see in that middle panel. You can see the green paths, which are climate resilient. That green dotted line that we can see at the top are trajectories that we have already lost due to decisions that were made in the past. And this means that we still have time to have climate resistant trajectories. However, we have a very short window and we need to act within the next decade to be able to still have these options available. And when we choose which actions we're going to take into consideration, there's also an integration of adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development. One of the methodologies that we used in Working Group 2 comes from the special report on global warming at 1.5 degrees. That is a feasibility analysis. It's a multidimensional analysis, which you can see on the screen. This is one of the elements that we are working on to be able to reach these tracks that we showed earlier. When we talk about adaptation, usually talking about risks, which we can see on the second column. These are some of the most highly represented risks that we currently have. However, when we talk about mitigation, we are not speaking of mitigation, but we are talking mainly about sectors. In terms of transition systems, that's the first column, is the space where we can integrate mitigation options with the adaptation options. We can also see interactions which take place within or between sectors. We have transition sectors for oceans, land. We have urban infrastructure, energy, and in group 3, there's also industrial sector, and then there are others that are more cross-sectional. As we can see in the columns, we have 6 different feasibility. We have economic, technological, institutional, social, environmental, and geophysical. Each one of these has a series of indicators. There are a total of 20 indicators, cost benefit of the option, all the way through intergenerational equity or gender equity. So when the circle is larger, that option is more feasible, and if the circle is smaller, it is less feasible, which means that there are more barriers. And that way we are able to see how feasible it would be to implement an option. The second column are the synergies with mitigation, and the larger and darker the circle, that means that there is a greater reduction in greenhouse gas emission. What we also did in this analysis was to see where the synergies are with the 17 sustainable development goals, and the blank spaces means that there is not enough evidence or there is not a connection. We also performed an analysis of these options with different risk groups or groups that are at risk, such as indigenous populations and populations who live in poverty or in extreme poverty. This table helps us to be able to see which options will help us to achieve goals, both adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development. However, that is not enough. What brings us towards a climate resilient development, which is across the board applicable no matter which option we choose, the main thing is governance. How we can include all aspects of the government, even the most marginalized groups. We need to promote equity and justice, and we need to also take into consideration different interests, values, and points of view. I'm not going to stop here because I know that Luis is going to go into a deeper dive on these. And we also take advantage of a broad range of knowledge, including scientific knowledge, indigenous knowledge, local knowledge, and practical knowledge. it is important to highlight that this is the first report from the IPCC where indigenous knowledge is set at the same level as scientific knowledge. It is also the first report where the role of colonialism is recognized within current vulnerabilities. And that recognition is very important because it helps us to address this and have a better framework for solutions. So today, as I was saying, each decision importance, every fraction of a degree importance, and there is not just a single decision that will take us to or below the limit of 1.5 degrees. So with these systemic changes, as I was mentioning, we can see the cross-sectionality between different areas and different transition systems, and that is the integration that we require. And just to wrap up here, I would like to repeat one of the key messages that science is clear that any delay in coordinated global action will mean that we will lose this brief window that we have. It's about a decade. And this feasibility analysis that I just showed you, though it is currently feasible and next year, there are some options which may no longer be feasible within 5 or 10 years. So those trajectories, we are going to have more dotted green lines of tracks or paths that we can no longer follow and we can no longer recover. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to you, Deborah, for this wonderful summary. We could really take some time looking at those tables that you presented, which contain a lot of information. But as you were saying, the instruction that we all have is key so that there is climate resilient development. And as you were saying, this is very new, that certain ancestral cultures have been included in the report, and that now we will be encouraged to continue along that line. Thank you very much, Deora. And we are going to continue on with Luis Fernandez. He's a researcher on ethics and the policy of climate change. He has been a professor at the Monterrey since 2014, and he is currently the coordinator of climate change in inclusion, synergy, in social impact, and social impact at Monterrey. He was named as a lead author in Chapter 13 in Group 2 for IPCC, which is exactly what we're talking about now. It's the evaluation report as far as culture or climate resilient companies. And he is in the Senate of his country between 2014 and 2018.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation extended to me. I will now start. I wanted to cover a lot of things. So basically, we need a change in paradigm. So we need to reflect upon what this means, a change in paradigm. It means a new model for development, and especially in that change of paradigm happening. So we've had sustainable development from 1987, starting from emissions and Rio and the agreements achieved there. It was going to be used, and now, 30 years later, here we are with a critical situation. So where do we have that change in paradigm? So just like sustainable development, we're going to create new terms that supposedly will change the paradigm. So Greta Thunberg says a green economy, net zero, and we'll continue seeing the different valley routes, etc., the Kyoto protocols and the Paris Accords, and we continue naming and coining new terms, but now we're reaching the resilience against climate change. However, the temperature is rising and rising, as well as the exploitation of resources. So why doesn't this happen? Why doesn't this change in paradigm happen? So here we have to ask ourselves, does changing the paradigm mean changing what we do, changing our being, which is something that have tried to do, mediating the economic development together with the environment, or perhaps is it changing our state of being? And this is something that's not perhaps happening because people have a paradigm, they have a view of the world where simply nature doesn't matter. The planet is made to be overexploited. And here we have a statement of responsible investments from HSBC, and he says, "Who cares if Miami is 6 meters underwater in 100 years?" So, what's behind this line of thought? Just like this person, there's thousands of people. What's behind that? I believe that sustainable development for this person is very different. So, if we try to change that with the word and say, okay, now we're going to have sustainable development, but if we don't change our state of being, our way of thinking, not going to achieve that. Just like the famous saying by Einstein, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So if we don't change people, then we're going to obtain the same results once and again. So to be able to truly change paradigms, we need to change our visions, and that's where it starts. How do I relate with the universe, with nature, with humanity, with other beings, with other animals? It has to do with values. I believe that values are something that needs to be changed. For example, certain people's values are that nature needs to be exploited or overexploited. So we need to change millions of people. There's millions of people that believe that humans are the only important animal and that science can resolve everything, that we're just like technology, a way of solving the problem through technology. So that's the vision we have. So what are the options that we're going to have, such as green economy, techniques, or this type of action? So either we change our point of view, otherwise there's no change in paradigm. I'm going to mention now the famous letter from Chief Seattle, and we see the differences between back then and now, and changes in lines of thought. So the Chief Seattle, he talks about the profound interconnection of all live beings, that man must understand their role, humankind must understand their role. If this is the vision that's a result of being in harmony with nature, part of the cosmovision, if this isn't so, then, well, we can't have that work. So we'll go back to the present now with the previous points as well. Debbie already mentioned it. The pathways to development or sustainable development are based on ethics and values and cosmovision. That's the point of origin towards a resilient development. Why? Because we wouldn't be in this situation if we had a balance with nature in the first place. This is what Debbie mentioned about the lost opportunities. And while we have political leaders that they feel or believe that just with a discourse they can solve the problem, we're going to go to a worse situation. So we believe that with green economy and just technology, eh, that's a path forward. But precisely, it's the path to the worst scenario, as has happened throughout time. So this is very clear. This is finally what's being done. So we believe that we can dominate nature, that we can solve biodiversity with all the complexities that are being faced without changing our way of being, our way of doing things, then we're very wrong. So here we have seen that it's been said many times, for example, Hans Otto Partner, one of the chairs of the IPCC, we require a profound collective shift in individual perspectives and our relationship with nature. Otherwise, it's impossible. So we have to bet on the best path forward, and it should be done through education for sustainable development, which is the model that UNESCO proposes that has been developed in the last few years, and we either change people's minds and hearts, otherwise we won't be able to change anything. Nothing of what we really urgently need to change. So changing a paradigm isn't just inventing a new name for these same old activities. We need to change visions, points of view, and understand the crises and use the best, most powerful weapon, which is education, to educate humans that do not have these visions that destroyed nature and the planet for so long. So there's so much more we could say, but we have very little time. I just wanted to relay this message. I hope it was clear. Thank you once again for the invitation. Thank you, Luis. The fact is, just as you mentioned, we are very clear that it's us that are called to carry out that change, as you said, through the ecosystemic vision, the ecosystem, and how we relate with nature. We should all feel equal, and with that, we can achieve great changes through education, which is an important tool. Thank you for bringing up that subject to the panel. And I'll continue with Soledad Munoz is a lawyer of Argentinian nationality, specialized in fundamental law in Universidad Carlos de Madrid, Spain, and she studied comparatively the inter-American human rights system and the European system. She is the first person to have the special relay or special communicator attaché on economic rights, social, culture, and environmental law. Thank you, Soledad. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here, to be with DESCA and with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. It's a pleasure to be participating in this space provided by Fundación Meri, and also to hear my colleagues here on the panel, whom I, of course, greet very warmly. It's an opportunity for me to talk about innovation as far as our work in these areas, especially 3 2031 with Inter-American Human Rights Responsibilities, which as a special reporter on the commission, I have had the pleasure of leading there. And last month we were presenting in Chile in person at an event with the participation of civil society from the entire region, together with Chile's Minister of Environment and the State Department head. So thank you very much for allowing me to be here. But I would like to clarify that the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights is the main body of the Organization of American States to protect human rights in all of the Americas, all the way from Argentina, all the way up to Canada and in the Caribbean. And the commission as a body made up by 7 people, where when they consider that a topic is highly relevant for the region, then they give them the role of special reporters, and that's something that they've been doing for more than 20 years. And about 5 years ago, August of 2017, when they implemented this special reporting on economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. It's the first mandate for the first time in the Inter-American system, has the mission of driving forward the promotion of environmental rights in our hemisphere. So that's why we also have the mandate that has been in favor of this paradigm shift at, from the desk to the desks with these environmental areas, which are part of the strategic agenda and of one of the highest priorities that my mandate has. The Commission in its strategic plan for 2017 to 2021 developed new standards as far as environmental protection and in terms of climate change and the challenges that are coming about as part of human rights. And we had our first approach in a report that my office wrote for enterprises, companies, and human rights in the Inter-American area. In this report, for the very first time, we have referred to climate change and the responsibility of states and companies in light of the legal framework of inter-American human rights. And in that report, as the Commission has been doing in other opportunities, we bet on this paradigm shift where both of my colleagues on the panel have already talked about. Is this paradigm shift that we need to be able to move from a extractivist economic model, which ignores the need and the urgency of protecting nature, the environment, and territories. And we're moving on towards an economic system which recognizes the right of people's development and of the need for that development to be sustainable, and how that means that we must put our focus on the well-being and the rights of people more than economic statistics or merchandise or goods. We need to understand that there is the specific process rights that all the human rights can be developed in. And with this world view in mind, we have created a resolution that I'm going to talk to you about in a moment, which hopefully the audience is interested in, as well as my colleagues here on the panel. It is very deeply related to what you both just presented and on the work that you do from an interdisciplinary perspective. This resolution comes from a work that we have been doing for a very long time. We have had international cooperation with institutions and with environmental litigation in the region. And after about 2 years of work, we have come down to the contents on this resolution at the Commission. Sorry, I'm getting some rather insistent phone calls here. But this resolution needs to take into consideration human rights in an integrative fashion. Our Commission needs to drive forward this integrative perspective of human rights, focusing on the rights of food, water, health, education, housing. And this characteristic of interdependence and intervisibility is very much present in this resolution, as is a gender focus and intersectionality focus and interdisciplinarity that we need in order to look at the climate crisis and its implications on human rights. There's also the right to science, as the UNESCO calls it, and as a mandate, we have been working on driving it forward. It is also of high importance in our resolution. The resolution itself has a significant topics that we have been covering in our participation at the different COPs, COP25, COP26, first one on the Escazú Agreement, and we try to collect the standards of the Inter-American Commission and also international environmental rights, also mentioning the inter the agreement on climate change, the Escazú Agreement, etc. And that way we can bring together the main ideas that are being talked about in different environmental and climate fora, which can bring about a response from the Americas on how we can set human rights at the center of the conversation. I won't be able to cover all of that in depth, but I did want to mention the 9 main topics. First is the centrality of human rights in building the policies, programs, standards, norms on climate change. Second, we have human rights in the context of environmental deterioration and the climate emergency in the Americas. Third, we have the rights of people and groups who are at risk or who have been historically discriminated in terms of climate and environment. Usually that is women in their great diversity who are not only seen as a vulnerable group, but also looking at women in their role in the fight against climate change, also children and adolescents. There is a special section for indigenous populations and people who live in the countryside or work in rural areas in are impacted by climate change. As Vivi was saying, it is time to take into consideration ancestral knowledge of First Nations as knowledge that we need to learn about to be able to protect nature and to live in harmony with it, and which indigenous populations have been doing historically. There's also a special section on earth defenders and nature defenders. Our resolution converses with the Escazú Agreement, which has to do with rights to access to information, public participation, and access to justice. And we also talk about extraterritorial rights and responsibilities of states in climate-related issues. It's very important to talk about climate action and how they have their common principles, but differentiated, of course, and human rights need to be taken into consideration as well, that with most affected populations that are most affected by climate change are the groups that least add to greenhouse gas emissions, and that is something that we need to be focusing on. We have also referred to responsibility of corporations and companies to protect and respect human rights and to perform remediations for human rights violations. And this also relates or pertains to the environment and climate. So we need to, of course, focus on the obligation that companies have to protect human rights, not just a voluntary one, but obligation. And they also have responsibilities as far as the agreements that the states have signed. And then we also have fiscal, economic agreements and social agreements for a just transition. This resolution, which is new and it is novel, it's the first document in the Inter-American system that is specifically focused on the climate emergency, and we call it an emergency and not a crisis on purpose. And it offers paths for states in the Americas and in other regions of the country who as yet do not have a resolution or a document of this type to be able to set human rights at the center, to set people's rights and nature as well at the center, in that nature deserves protection. And so this is the first document that comes out of the Inter-American, uh, this is based on the 27th document that came out of the Inter-American Court, where the Inter-American Court establishes that the right to an environment is an autonomous or an independent right from the others. It can also be protected by the system. And in that same path, the court also helps us see that protecting nature needs to be done because it is a protectable good in itself, not just because it is a useful good to humans. That is a paradigm that we are trying to promote in our Inter-American system, as well as recognizing that the current state of being, as has been mentioned earlier, has to do with paths of discrimination that are deeply entrenched in chattel slavery and in colonialism, and we need to talk about the roles of women and of populations who are in extreme poverty and in poverty and in indigenous populations. We need to make sure that these groups are represented. To wrap up here, of course, I have many more things to share with you, but I would like to warmly invite you to look at our resolution. I would like to close with this idea of a paradigm shift in terms of development and what we said in our report on human rights and corporations. We need to stop looking at economic growth as an end in itself, but as another component of the right to development and human rights in general, and how the right to development means mainly to empower people and populations, set people and populations in the center so that we can ensure their free participation and reduce discrimination, and to, of course, highlight the benefits of development. This is something that is absolutely about climate resilience. Human rights is about climate resilience. That is the last idea I wanted to leave you with to finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Soledad. And the fact is that it's a pleasure to hear all of this and understanding more about this first resolution, the Inter-American solution, where we could see an example of how sustainable rights includes the right of people of having a quality environment, and this is a step forward that's necessary, especially in what we see in the whole region, to reach this change in paradigm. So truly, thank you for this presentation. And now we'll continue with Julio Cordano. He has a degree in history from the Universidad de Chile and a master's in public administration at the Universidad Victoria of Wellington, New Zealand. He has participated as chief of the Department of Climate Change and Development, Sustainable Development under the Ministry of Environment and Foreign Affairs of Chile. He's co-facilitator of a series of topics, especially areas of adaptation and climate negotiation. And from 2018, he was the main coordinator in Chile for climate negotiations, including for the presidency during COP25. And he's the counselor of the permanent mission of Chile to the UN in New York. Welcome, Julio. Thank you very much, Sonia. And I'd like to thank you for the kind invitation. And I'd like to thank Fundación Medi. I'm very happy of being able to talk here after especially all these interventions that have advanced already and all the topics that I just wanted to mention. And of course, as you can see, according to my profile, my experience, I'd like to talk a little about this topic, which is so important to this change in paradigm that is leading us, that we need for fighting climate change. Now, from the perspective of a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, such as the case of Chile, well, the starting point for this discussion is noticing that there's a huge gap between scientific knowledge, what science shows us as necessary to happen to achieve sustainable development, and what's happening in reality, be it in climate action and commitments that we have in the implementation and bilateral agreements. Specifically, in the Paris Accords, which I feel is the frame that governs us, the Paris Accords is the first multilateral agreement in these matters that is balanced. It's not just focused on the necessary reduction on emissions, it's also something that incorporates the political efforts to adapt to the consequences of climate change and also the various financial capacities and transference of technology. Even though the Paris Accords have this triple dimension, each one of these topics holds an important gap in the implementation of our commitments. And by us, I mean the international community. It's important to state that it's not a mystery of why we're talking about a change in paradigm. Now, the problem of climate change is extremely complex. And we've taken so long in finding an exit to these problems because it's a problem that's difficult to solve, It's a problem that requires a vision from all of society, changing patterns of production and consumption that were clearly unsustainable to a model where we have a harmony with nature and at the same time that we mustn't lose sight of poverty and those that are more vulnerable or those that are in situations of vulnerability. That transition is what's complicated. The IPCC in its report from 2018 on the objective 1.5 points out clearly that the required changes for that transition on the global level is it cannot overcome 1.5 degrees in increase in temperature, and it's unprecedented for humanity. And this requires a accelerated transition towards a sustainable development model that perhaps as a community we've never seen before. And of course, this recognition of a transition towards sustainable development isn't something new. We've been talking about it for decades, not just on climate change, but in all the aspects that have to do with it in sustainable development. The 2030 agenda adopted the Paris Accord just with a few months of difference. It's also focused on the 27 objectives is also a manifestation of the urgency of advancing towards a sustainable development model. Now, bringing forward this discussion to Chile, I feel that it's very interesting because Chile effectively, we have these huge questioning of the system, and we're going through a process of a possible new constitution. So Chile will have a referendum in September voting on a new constitution, and this, of course, involves national discussion on what we've done wrong, what we need to improve upon, and what type of social agreement we wish to have as Chileans. So, when facing that, the new government that took office in March has given signs of where it wants to go to, and according to its powers and this new point of view. And I just wanted to take a few examples, a few ideas from this that I want to talk about. First of all, I want to refer that to the fact that the Ministry of Environment has highlighted a fair social environmental transition, which includes the rights of future generations, which is understood as a fundamental element of sustainable development. I mentioned the tension of groups of vulnerable groups, and it mustn't be them that pay the cost of the future. It's probably going to have short-term costs, but it cannot be the same vulnerable groups that have paid the cost historically that will pay the cost of transition. And this is something that requires a lot of consultation and planning. And also, we need to have different points of view. And I just wanted to talk about this. So, something that's very similar in the same line of thought is related to international relations. And what we have is politics, green politics, which refers to the protection of ecosystems and climate change, has to have an oceanic point of view. And this is something that's very specific to Chile as well. And it's a social pillar, a pillar of justice, and pillar for development. I also wanted to mention 2 points. First of all, that this discussion on a transition or a change in paradigm, such as the case of Chile, has multiple repercussions. In Chile, everybody every day is talking about the same thing. I'm going to give the example of a document that just arrived from the Central Bank of Chile, which can be an unexpected stakeholder in this discussion. And the Central Bank clearly warns that climate change is a risk for the financial stability of the country and that it's urgent to take measures to value the natural capital of the countries, protect that, and in that way impede that climate change become a force that goes against the growth of countries and populations and that impedes sustainable development. The same thing happens with the importance in having participated in the South-South agreements. It was started by Chile. I had the privilege of being in the first stages where we had regional agreements on access, and we hope that very soon Chile will have a parliamentary seat and that it can be part of this briefly. I'm very happy to see Deborah's presentation and Chile's participation in the Escazú agreement, and we hope that it will have a seat in the parliament. So what Deborah mentioned in participation, I hope this is something that continues generating conditions for access and that decisions for the environment are taken collectively and it's not just taken to respond to economical opportunities that a small group will only benefit from. I know I'm a little bit over time, but the last point I wanted to mention is that this year it's hugely important for everybody. Not only do we have COP27 at the end of the year in Egypt, where we're going to discuss important frames of reference and climate action in mitigation, adaptation, and others, but also in other areas of discussion and multilateral agreements. And there's also spaces which are incredibly important, incredibly relevant. For example, the negotiation on a 2020 frame on biodiversity, but also a new negotiation in New York on the Mar. It's a convention on the right to seas, and this affects the agreements on the high seas. And 2022 can be just as important as 2015, where we adopted the 2030 agenda. So we're in a very important situation, pressured by these gaps and science, and we're moving forward to achieve the correct responses that we require as humans in order to have a fair and correct transition. And I'll leave you with that last reflection. And once again, I thank you for inviting me to talk. Thank you. Thank you very much, Julio. And thank you for the ray of hope in the sense of getting to know that Chile wants to move forward this transition towards sustainable development. As you know, the COP and the Kazoo agreement is very important. So we'll keep this ray of hope, and we know that many countries are going towards that. So it's always a pleasure to hear positive advancements. So now we're going to go with the last panel member, Mr. Colombaro, who is a lawyer and part of the Colombara Strategy Group. He is the founder and president of Panama Foundation, which is a foundation that takes care of borders, scientific development, and human rights. And currently, he works in the climate courts or environmental courts. And Tito, thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Sonia. First of all, I would like to thank Fundación Meri not just for planning this activity, but also for its concern in providing constant support on these issues, which they have been providing for many years. They have provided a significant, key role in COP25, and the same is going to happen now. I would like to talk about COP25 and let you know that I had the opportunity to present upon climate change and human rights together with two people from Rapa Nui, from Easter Island. there was a female leader and a male leader who presented on the situation that Rapa Nui people are experiencing. I have a personal experience with the people of Rapa Nui, and they're looking for solutions to their problems via human rights and international justice because they have seen that in local law, in our legal system, local legal system has not resolved their problems or their demands. One of their first demands, as a reference point, has to do with their territory. We have a presentation before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights of the collective rights of Rapa Nui of natural resources. It was sent to the Commission, Inter-American Commission last year, and we understand that following jurisprudence, both of the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, this very significant 130-year-old requirement of the entire country, people of Rapa Nui to have the protection of their territory. I have been with Soledad on the island a few years ago before the pandemic. But the people of Rapa Nui is an indigenous population. They are Polynesian people with a very special particular characteristics, not only because they have a global presence due to their moai, which we are all familiar with, but also because they are the only indigenous people in Latin America which joined a state due to an international treaty, not virtually as indigenous people were submitted to their countries in Latin America. And Rapa Nui, with this treaty, they established rights and obligations with the Chilean state. And that way, we have talked about the restitution of their territory, and there is a case with the Inter-American Court. There's a second case which has to do with human rights violations of the Rapa Nui people by the Chilean state. And there was a local penal investigation which investigated and established responsibility with human rights violations between 1888 and 1966. And there's a third area in which we are working has to do with climate change. Easter Island or Rapa Nui is the most isolated place in the world. It's more than 3,600 kilometers from the Chilean coast and many thousands from Tahiti. It's in the middle of the Pacific. It's one of the vortices of the triangle of New Zealand and Indonesia and Rapa Nui. And there's a common problem amongst Polynesian islands where they have a real risk of disappearing due to climate change and sea level rise. In 2005 in Madrid, Rapa Nui spoke to us about a problem that they already had back then, which over the years has gotten worse. One is sea level rise, and second is decrease in precipitations. Now, sea level rise is particularly serious in Rapa Nui's case. Though the island is 550 meters tall at its highest point, all the heritage and archaeological sites are on the coast. So if you go to the ceremonial sites where the moais are, they're all very close to the ocean, which means that the sea level rise, which we have predicted it's about zero point 0.5 meters per year by 2100, that would mean that certain ceremonial sites would disappear, and there are certain ones that have already been damaged. In 1960, when there was the earthquake in Valdivia, the tsunami basically destroyed Tongariti, which is an area where there are 15 moai, which were then raised back up and placed in their original positions, but having been significantly damaged. This means that the sea level rise, which is a common problem for many Polynesian and Pacific islands, and decrease in rainfall endangers island sustainability and their livelihoods. In this case, it's all indigenous populations. And the decision has been to begin actions where they engage in climate litigation to be able to solve some of these problems. The situation does not directly come from climate change. Something else that does not necessarily come from climate change, but there is a lot of ocean pollution. The island receives an enormous amount of garbage from the sea. There is a report from the UNESCO. It names Easter Island as one of the 6 most vulnerable locations to climate change. There is the increase in sea level rise and drought. So the Chilean state, there's the action plan against climate change from 2016 has been stalled. The island has been going through progressive, serious damage in its ecosystem, which in Rapa Nui's case is particularly important because it takes them back to a point in their history when they were almost destroyed in the 17th century, also due to external intervention, which was the arrival of Europeans in several hundred years ago, and changes in their food system and climate. And there was a collapse there where the people group and the culture of Rapa Nui nearly disappeared. It slightly more than 110 people survived back then. Now there are more than 100,000, but they got down to a population of 110 due to hunger and internal conflict and external impacts where foreigners came with ships and enslaved the Rapa Nui people. So the increase of sea level rise and decrease in precipitation. Storms are also causing damage that may be irreversible on the island. Second, there are some ceremonial sites like the Hai have been damaged. Third, there is a specific lagoon, Raraku, it has practically dried up. And the changes that have happened over the last couple of decades are very accelerated. And I cannot go into greater depth for now, but the Rapa Nui people and certain representative organizations have decided that they are going to explore in the inter-American system to be able to protect their territory and their natural resources and the use of local justice system to be able to establish responsibility for human rights violations between the end of the 19th century and mid 20th century. Rapa Nui has chosen to act that way in this measure to be able to get climate change justice. It is difficult. However, the people of Rapa Nui have shown that by recurring to the inter-American system, they are precursors or the front runners in exploring the limitations or the boundaries of legalities and the law to be able to protect their rights. And from that point of view, I would like to stick to the time that I was assigned, but I would like to mention the main points of the situation that the Rapa Nui people are facing in this regard. And of course, there will likely be news soon on how this all unfolds. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cito. And as you have explained to us, this can be a historic antecedent in this litigation that the people of Rapa Nui are doing so that we hope to keep learning about it as it develops further. For those of us who are more who are not necessarily informed about the legal aspect, this is a historic point, and it would be nice to be able to hear more about the details here. Thank you all for your talks. And we have had a very interesting panel with different perspectives, looking for this paradigm change in different ways. And I did want to ask you all a question. Hopefully we can answer it quite quickly because we are a bit behind schedule. My question for you all would be, what do you believe that the citizenry can do to get governments to take into consideration nature, to take nature into consideration as a pillar in sustainable development? So let's follow the same order in which everyone presented. So let's begin with Deora.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a wonderful panel, very interesting. I'm happy to share the panel with all of you. Now, the limiting of global warming to 1.5, according to IPCC reports, shows that all of this is important. It doesn't matter if you work in the private or public sector. What matters is to focus on where we are, for example, in schools, in places of work, in communities and families, in churches. It could be something as simple as talking about this during a lunch. What knowledge do people have about climate change? What are you concerned about in climate change? To socialize this and to talk about the agreements, patterns of consumption. How do they participate and how is this involved in elections? This has a voice and vote, and therefore there's a lot to do, and there's many things that we can carry out activism, and everybody has a role to play, and the role of everybody is truly important. So that I believe that, that's the main idea. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deborah. I completely agree with you. And now I'll tell you that Luis Fernandez had to leave. Unfortunately, he had another commitment, so that we thank him for his presentation. So with that, how do you see communities and how we can all help? Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's a very important issue because the states, of course, are their people, and citizens is an example that's very ample and that it can do everything. As Debbie mentioned, the change in paradigm has to go through everybody, it has to affect all of us, and it has to go through our daily lives, our purchases, our practices, our home life, composting. There's so many things we can do in our day to day, but logically, all of these things require, as a colleague said, it's the colleague that had to leave, it has to do with environmental education, and that's where we strongly see these states and that component where we see that protection and that prevention, and it has to do with generating awareness in citizens, especially on the needs that exist in sharing responsibility on the protection of nature. And well, this has many levels because there's citizens that are organized in urban areas and rural areas. So rural areas are becoming urbanized, and this holds other challenges. Another aspect to consider is human rights, and I believe it's fundamental that citizens demand their rights, and the way of demanding their rights is not just by creating justice out of them, which is great for the correct instances, and this is where the Escazú agreement uh, creates access to justice, but also by participating in agreements and participating effectively. So there is a part of citizens that I want to highlight, especially in our continent, which is the indigenous peoples. They hold the wisdom that we've talked about before, that holds a central role, and that it must be seen just as a people or a collective that's in danger, rather as a group that has a lot to offer to their states and the regional communities due to everything that's happening and everything that has been done ancestrally. And finally, I'd like to refer to another part of citizen civil society and environmental organizations. And of course, I'd like to highlight Native peoples, farmers, women, because within the environmental defense, women have a leading role to play, which is very invisible and full of sacrifices. Youth as well, as Julia mentioned, we need to create awareness, a citizen awareness on the rights of future generations and also on the rights of people that defend the environment. We saw that we live in one of the most unequal regions in the world, but also the most dangerous for nature rights and other rights. So we need to empower environmental defense and protect it as requires to be defended, which is very important and related to this question. Thank you very much. Thank you, Soledad. We truly hope that this type of discussion and events will cause this, that it will reach citizens and this type of discussion. Thank you very much, Julio. What would you like to say? What do you think we need to do? Right then, thank you very much. I'd like to just say that there's not much more I can add. I agree with everything that's been said. Perhaps an additional point could be that climate change is a global process, and it has to do with a change in patterns. And therefore, for many years, we've perceived it as a very universal problem of high level, very literally in the atmosphere. So I believe it's been difficult to generate a communicational line that allows us to notice that climate change is something that happens daily. It's the job of everybody from the customs that we have every day. So it's from what food do we prefer, what energy do we consume, our behaviors. I believe that all of this is something that goes through climate change, and I believe that all of these aspects can be part of the solution on the large scale. I also want to say that through the examples that can be given in our daily lives and the decisions that we make, and these consumption patterns, it's also important to state that just like on the planetary level, just like the distribution of greenhouse gases throughout our country, where they're completely concentrated, if you see the total amount of concentration of greenhouse gases on the world level, you see that the great emitters emit more than half of all the greenhouse gases. So climate change has a very unequal origin. And just for example, that we can change our habits, we can also make changes pointing towards the fact that emissions and that groups with the greatest economic capacity must also have a leading role in this. It's not the same of asking somebody in a state of vulnerability to have sustainable life compared to somebody that's not vulnerable and that has a lot more influence in society sustainability. So the examples that we can give, we can achieve by demonstrating the decisions we make publicly can also create a change, especially in the sectors that have the greatest influence and affection over the environment. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you, Julio. Yes, we have many important points related to citizens, and we could do things from the citizen level as well. Cito, we'll wrap up with you. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry, you're muted, Cito. Okay, there we go. Just very briefly, if we talk about Rapa Nui, I think it's worthwhile to talk about a plan they have that has been made by the previous mayor, which is the Amor Plan, which sees how to optimize resources through recycling, a practice that's completely established and done in the island. Continuous improvement and respect and good work are the pillars of how the island seeks sustainability and faces climate change. So this isn't done from the authority, but the people itself, and it involves the leaders and authorities that they channel. These leaders channel collective work, which is performed by all people affected by climate change. Thank you very much, Sindor. And as we said before, thank you very much, and we'll wrap up today's panel. I hope that it's been a good talk, and you can watch it once again on our website. And now we'll leave you with Paulina to start the next panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for acting as moderator, Sonia, and thank you. I'd like to thank all the experts from various areas of the region. So with a brief break, we'll continue with the final panel, which is fundamental for climate change mitigation. It's about effective conservation on a multidimensional level. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
going to begin our very last panel of the day, Effective Conservation, which is multidimensional, a strategic tool for mitigation in climate change. I will remind you that after this conversation, we will watch the documentary Puri, The Way of the Water. It's only 15 minutes. I'm sure you're definitely going to enjoy them while we look at the circulatory system of the Earth. This last panel will be moderated by Eduardo Garaz, and he is the director of Elementos Elementares of Fundación Filantrópica Solari. Thank you very much for the invitation to moderate this panel with such interesting guests. As Paulina was saying, this is our last panel, number 8. It's a very important topic. It's a multidimensional effective conservation key strategy for climate change mitigation. And before I present our guests, I would like to give you a bit of background. According to the IPCC report in 2021, the planet is in red alert, and the influence of humanity on the climate is so devastating that there is no doubt that humans have heated the atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere, which will be irreversible for centuries or millennia. And it no longer makes any sense to work against separately against climate change and environmental degradation. And working together allows us to maximize opportunity and to be able to have sustainable global development. And our conservation strategy needs to be multidimensional, creative, and especially open to communities. This panel will be focused on that idea of looking for different ways of looking at conservation, which include environment, economy, cultural, education, and science from a territorial perspective, whether local or regional. And our goal is to look and to talk about the different conservation models to be able to maintain, restore, and handle ecosystems sustainably to be able to guarantee their environmental services for climate change mitigation and adaptation. Let's begin our panel then with our very first panelist, Patricia Morales Errázuriz. She is the general manager of Filantropia Solari, and she is an economist of the Catholic University of Lovina. She's a Master of Arts in Economics at the Paris School of Economics. She is a university teacher in international economy and econometry, and she is a radio panelist and in other fora, and has also been awarded with Mujer Opina 2017 for promoting the role of women in public spaces and in politics. Since 2017, she has been the general manager of FCS, especially focusing on valuing ecosystem services. That has been what she has been fighting for all these years. So, Patricia, welcome. Please show us what you would like to tell us about today. Thank you, everyone, for this invitation. I would like to talk to you a little bit about what we are doing from Filantropía Cortés Solari for several years here. It's led by Francisca Cortés Solari in regards to conservation as a concrete, precise, and territorial-based measure to mitigate climate change. There is a constant here, which Eduardo already mentioned at the beginning of this panel, which has to do with how we are to address and what the efforts are that we need to perform to be able to face this scientific evidence, which we often don't want to look at. But these are things that we see in Chile every day. This is a very interesting slide because we say that Chile is a unique natural laboratory. It is also unique because of its resources and its biodiversity, but also because it is a witness, unfortunately very privileged witness of climate change effects, whether it is drought or ice cap melting and pollution. So this allows us as a country, due to our biodiversity and the geography that we have, to not only be a mitigation solution laboratory, but also to be a type of geographic thermometer as far as what is happening and how it is happening. It is not necessary to tell you what climate change consequences are. The important thing is to say that these are all multidimensional. And those of us who work around conservation are clear on this, but I believe that we all need to be very critical and ask ourselves why most people don't see or understand that the majority of our socio-political, economic problems are closely related to the climate crisis. We are told that we're going to have 100 million additional people who are in poverty due to climate change, in addition to the 143 million people who will become climate migrants, and direct health effects, which will add up to more than $500 billion annually. But if we were to perform an economic calculation as far as what effect this will have, our reaction should be different. We should have a multidimensional reaction and not just focused on behaviors by one or two ministries, but it needs to be the center of the agenda of a nation that is performed not just by one country, but by all countries. So when we're talking about conservation, we are talking about a multidimensional model which covers environmental, social, economic, and cultural, and this needs to converge towards an institutionality. We made this institutional decision from FCS to provide special space to the cultural component and not add it into social because we felt that it's not just necessary to recognize culture and ancestral cultures, but to especially emphasize the fact that ancestral cultures have to do with building identity. If you don't, we need to understand our past and recover our traditions and to have regulatory frameworks around that. We at FCS began working on conservation, territorial conservation, education, and science, and I'll be explaining to you what that is about. Now, we have been working on education, science education, and in Chile, we began on working with conservation in 3 different areas, which are strategic due to their geography. The interesting thing about this model is how it is replicable in other countries. One is in Puribete, which is up north, it's the driest place in the world. The second is in the central area, which is strategic for the nation because it basically hydrates half the population is in the metropolitan region. And the third is at latitude 44 in northern Patagonia, where the globe's main sweetwater reserves begin. So these conservation areas are in these 3 different strategic places of the country. It allows us to perform conservation. It allows us to see how to work with industries that are present in those areas, how to monitor them, and how to mitigate them, and how to escalate these types of interventions in other countries. We need to offer this multidimensional offering to others. Since climate change is multidimensional, its response also needs to be multidimensional. Now, in the environmental area, we always have a conservation plan. We have a foundation in the territory to be able to determine which are the species that are under anthropogenic threat, and then develop lines of research to be able to protect those species more and better. And this is a trial and error process. It's not that we came up with this immediately from one day to the next. We have been developing it over time. We have been performing some studies with certain species, but the main thing to say is that we observe how it works in the territory in its natural dimension and in its dimension of biodiversity and species. Then we have the social aspect where we try to relate to the community, to engage with the community, because we understand that the model is not vertical. It's the community that is called to perform its own conservation model. This implies that we need to understand how geographic, social, sociological, anthropological aspects of the territory function, which is also what Eduardo mentioned. And then we need to see how we will develop different outreach projects in the area, sensitization, ecological education, science education, and we want to have a co-creation of the program, not imposing a program on society. And we always see that in books, right? But we need to be able to bring co-creation into the field so that the people can adhere to it. We need to conserve and rescue intangible heritage. It's difficult to do here in Chile. Lots of things have simply been forgotten. So this is a very detailed work that we are doing, and we are doing philanthropy projects where there were several little booklets created, written for local people, and these are things that we need to be doing to be able to have activities so that people in the area can participate. Conservation is not just about the natural world, but also the cultural world. And in the economic circle in the lower right, it has to do with how we manage the territory as far as sustainability is concerned with renewable energy, good waste management, etc. But something else is new, which is valuing ecosystemic services, whether they are marine and terrestrial. I am absolutely convinced that as the environment is considered an expenditure or a cost, we will not get the economy to have a conversation with the environment, and we won't be able to change direction as much as we need to in the short time that we have. Economy is a science that tries to resolve a scarcity problem. It has to do with supply and demand, and it is essential that we price both ecosystems or give a value to ecosystems and the services that nature provides to be able to explain how much it is worth, but also give a value to harm and damage made on the environment by certain industries, because that is a way where we can have an economy that is much more rational and realistic and allow us to get to sustainable development. I would like to show you about Burivete Reserve. This is our base research. It allowed us to identify these 7 species that are under threat, and we have been able to work progressively with flamingos and with water systems, also with condors in Licande, and these are conservation areas. They're very little interventions, human interventions, except for scientific and education centers and for nurseries. And these are pre-COVID photos where there were children visiting the site. And in Licandes, we have these 5 conservation targets. We are significantly working with Condor. This is our first rehabilitation and pre-release areas for condors in Chile. And I do believe that we have 3 generations of condors who have been released into the wild after they were rehabilitated. And then we performed a project in Patagonia with the Rewilding Foundation, and we are very happy to bring in scientific work into these areas and to be able to work hand in hand with the community. These are education programs that we also do. It's not just environmental education, but also sustainability education, where there is a socio-emotional integrated type of education which brings guests into these areas. And then we have Melimoyo in northern Patagonia. We have been working on 3 species that are under threat: the blue whale and sweetwater system and the white thika cypress and their associations. Blue whale is the species that we are most well known for. That's the species that we've been working with for the longest time. We developed this project with the Ministry of the Environment, which is the Blue Boat Initiative, working with blue whales. Now, from one area, because we had a baseline and we understood the species in that area, we were able to begin to work on a species, an emblematic species, in this case, the blue whale. And then based on that species, you work on engaging with the community and finding scientific evidence to figure out what the anthropogenic threats are on this species and how to be able to interact with public, private, civil society sectors to be able to conserve the area. But we always start from a local point of view. And we are now working at a more scalable international level so that we can replicate the work that we have done in Chile, but also take this conversation past our national borders. And so this is how a conservation project can begin with a local perspective and considering our geography. This allows us to have a high level of replicability. Here you can see the reserve in the south. This is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. I went a bit over time. Thank you very much, Patricia. What you were telling us was very interesting. You have some very interesting concepts there, natural laboratory, exploring this model in different territories in Chile. These are strategic areas, as you were mentioning, of these three different latitudes, and the importance of characterization and study based in science, of course, but also adding value or providing value to them in engagement with the community. And let's continue on with our other panelists.
Now we're going to give the floor to Ezequiel and Jaime, Regional Director for South America of the Conservation. Gabriel is a professional in environmental protection and natural resources with more than 20 years of experience in Latin America. He is an expert in the formulation, implementation, evaluation of environmental policies with an emphasis in climate change, financing of sustainable development, and conservation of biological diversity. So without further ado, we'll give the floor to Gabriel so he can carry out his presentation. Thank you very much, Eduardo. First of all, I'd like to thank you and I'd like to thank the Fundación Medi Foundation for the opportunity of talking here in this important meeting. And as was presented by Patricia and commented on by Eduardo in their introduction to this panel, the agendas, which were previously running parallelly, the conservation and biological diversity and climate change, and in some way, the recovery of the productive capacity of grounds, which is linked with agreements in different conventions, are converging. Something that was natural when you went to the rural areas, and the fact is that there isn't a much difference between what problem you have if you're facing the problem of the loss of ecosystems or reduction of the mitigation capacity of GEG, greenhouse gases, or the increase of vulnerability when facing climate change. But when you go up the national or global levels, it's like the knowledge levels become separate. So this is creating an interesting phenomenon, which has to do with the rise of certain instruments and concepts, such as the one that I'm going to talk about right now. And it's the nature-based solutions concept as an integrating tool for conservation of biological diversity together with the efforts that are linked to climate change management and the response to climate change. We must understand that there exists a connection between them and that there's the possibility that starting from conservation actions and sustainable use or actions for the restoration of ecosystems, we can generate a series of benefits focused on people. Because something that we need to remind everybody is that conservation is done for people. It's not for ourselves. We don't conserve for nature. Nature is self-managed, and it overcame huge, massive extinctions in 5 previous opportunities. The main challenge, or the main risk, rather, at this time is that on the global level, we continue talking about a 6th extinction, and it's that us who are the weak link between this relation of mankind, and nature can be victims in the rebalancing process that nature will drive when facing climate change or the loss of ecosystems. So this idea of nature-based solutions seeks to respond to this situation of the triple crisis on the planetary level: climate change, loss of nature and biodiversity, and pollution and waste, which is something that we need to tackle. So there's a strong drive in this new concept, which is linked to the benefits that can be held and associated to all of these, such as economic recovery and stability, which is seen in our period in the pandemic of COVID, health and resilience, which is something that has been a consequence of the arrival of COVID, benefits for climate and biodiversity, and setting the basis for the performance of these Sustainable Development Goals. So what are nature-based solutions? These are actions guided to protect, manage, and sustainably act and restore natural ecosystems. So these must provide or help the building of human knowledge and biodiversity. So they can supply this natural contribution. There always has to exist this component linked to how nature helps the closing of gaps, be it social or otherwise. For example, water availability, quality of water, reduction of erosion, reduction of disasters. It includes a logic of how we align nature, how we use the power of nature in benefit of the construction of human well-being, and it's completely explicit. But if you start Googling on nature-based solutions, in this moment, you'll find billions of responses to this answer, and this implies a risk. And why? The risk is that this concept be left without content or meaning, because if everything is a nature-based solution, then nothing is a nature-based solution. On facing that, UCN, UICN, the organization I belong to, this union of entities of different nature, for example, from states to indigenous organizations, all of them around 1,500 members on the world level, all of them linked to this network. They start building an effort that I wanted to talk about, which is the creation of a global standard on nature-based solutions. And this means that we could build a metric so that we could avoid the risk of what is called greenwashing or whitewashing, where anybody can just come and say, oh, what I'm doing right now is a nature-based solution. So it's starting from this effort or the identification of this risk and problem in how we built this conceptual model. This conceptual model seeks to address nature-based solutions by generating certain parameters where we could say this qualifies as a nature-based solution, and this does not because it's missing this thing or this part, and this other aspect or this other solution is not a nature-based solution at all. So, first of all, they need to respond to a social challenge which is linked to development. So, how nature supports a solution to that problem. So, the solution is adapted to that dimension. There's net profit in ecological diversity. There's economic activities that's feasible and viable. That includes the interventions. There's a process of governance that's inclusive for the populations that are involved in the space for the intervention itself of these processes. They offer a balance between these main objectives and the construction of other additional benefits, which don't only just go through conservation and preservation of the ecosystem, but this additional benefit linked to the reduction of risks of disasters and mitigation of climate change, for example. They're managed evidence-based, but they're flexible enough to adapt to the data, and they're managed under the jurisdictional logic linked to an area. So this is the effort that's being carried out in building the construction of this metric to be able to have comparability as well. So what's being done is the driving of this. So this also affects the initiatives that are seen in this logic. So this is starting from the different platforms for South America that I need to, for example, oversee, and it has to do with the incorporation of an adaptation to climate change, which is also something that includes rural development or coastal development. We have examples in Ecuador and Peru, measures that are taken in managing natural resources in the territory with a adaptation logic linked to water availability associated to climate change. It's a focus that's very specific for this ecosystem, especially for those Andean countries north of Chile. So it's characterized by more humid conditions. Some of the things we've been doing in Chile is previously is trainings in these topics for adaptation based on ecosystems. And what we're rolling out now, during last week, I went through, I saw this in Chile, for example, the green list, which recognizes effective management of protected areas with the purpose of recognizing that advancement and generating hard evidence of the results and effects that this is having in conservation of biological diversity and other benefits, and other initiatives on a more regional level. So just to conclude, what are we seeing in nature-based solutions? Well, that they can be applied in various types of biomes or biomes, and they need to be built according to local traditional knowledge, and that these are experiences, knowledge, learning experiences that are transversal, cross-cutting. They involve a growing level of stakeholders and sectors. There's growing interest in nature-based solutions. So there's a interest in standardizing this concept. We need to avoid the risk of emptying it of all content and meaning, or confusing it, or having a lack of clarity in what a nature-based solution is, and to go from the theoretical to the practical with concrete solutions, and that there's a potential of connecting this post-COVID, which we could call a green recovery, and that there's a need also of seeing how all of this can be scaled and aligned with public policies, with corporate policies in the countries and at the world level. Thank you very much for my time. Apologize if I went over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriel, for your very interesting intervention. Here we're looking at interesting things such as conservation is not for nature, it is for us, people who are at greatest risk. And there's a resilience of life in nature's case has always remained, and we are the main ones who are affected. And it's interesting in not falling into these empty concepts as far as where everything is allowed, which then could also mean that nothing is included. And then having proper measurements and talking about what Patricia said is having replicability of these projects in different areas and the importance of practical solutions. Gabriel was telling us about what was happening in Ecuador, Peru, Colombia, in Chile itself with the application of these methodologies. So thank you very much, Gabriel, for your presentation. To continue, we are going to invite Laura Kusen, who is the head of finances for conservation in the Department of Protected Areas in Chile's Environmental Ministry. She's a biologist from Stanford and Earth Sciences. For 4 years and until April of 2022, she was in charge of financing for protected areas at the Ministry of Environment, from where she coordinated public-private effort to be able to create Nature Fund of Chile, which was launched in April of this year. She also founded and co-led from the ministry the International Alliance for Marine Protected Areas. Fantastic topic, biodiversity and climate change. So without further ado, welcome Laura Kusen and tell us about your experience. Laura, welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mary for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I do want to clarify, in case there was confusion, I am no longer in the Ministry of the Environment, unless in case you were confused about that. I am very grateful that within this day, there is an emphasis placed on biodiversity. As everyone has said, it is intimately related to the climate agenda. And I do believe that it is very important that we not well, I think there is a global trend to think about climate, and biodiversity is maybe the second priority. We never say that, but that's basically how it plays out. And we need to think about biodiversity both as part of the solution to climate change and as something that we need to address urgently on its own and for its own value. As Mr. Quijandria was saying, that is in part because it impacts we humans so much. Biodiversity loss affects us significantly. We think, oh, it's so sad, we're losing thousands of species, but it is an existential crisis both for those species that are going extinct and for ourselves. So that as a first point, and I want to emphasize that we are entering into the what could turn out to be the sixth mass extinction. So, though this does sound very pessimistic, we do need to look at solutions. From my corner of the world, I have been working on financing of conservation. That is one of the many turning points that we need to work on in this enormous challenge. I'm going to share my screen. Many of those who are listening have likely already heard about this report by the Dasgupta Review. We need to think about this graph that they have provided here on the left, where we can see that from 1992 to 2018, we have generated an enormous amount of capital, just as we've thought of it traditionally, produced capital. And human capital has also increased. So produced capital has doubled in that time. Human capital has increased by 13%. So traditional capital that we always think about are increasing. However, there is a capital which has basically been invisible for a long time. It's natural capital. As we can see in the graph, it is what we have sacrificed to be able to generate these other two types of capital. In current days, we may think, well, obviously it needs to be this way. We have to cut down a forest to be able to build something, and that's how we move on. But studies like Dasgupta's study tells us that it doesn't necessarily need to be that way. We don't need to sacrifice our natural capital to be able to have other types of wealth in the world. I believe it is very important to begin with this framework to understand that the economic system, starting with this Dasgupta review, which was requested by and performed from the Treasury Ministry of the UK, we can understand that natural capital is now more and more prevalent, and we are able to address solutions from the economy. So this at least sets a path for how we could address this issue. But of course, there's the question of how much. Here is another study that I would like to show you. I recommend that you read it. It's on the right there. It was led by TNC and others. It's closing the global biodiversity financing gap. It's enormous, but it is addressable. Let's look at the graph on the left. At the bottom, we can see existing flow, and those are the resources which are currently used annually for biodiversity protection, which is a bit over $100 million. And $100 billion, and this is a bit more than what is spent yearly on video games, to give you some perspective. So we do need to change our mindset and set conservation amongst our priorities. And in pink, we have the financing gap, which looks quite big. It's almost $900 billion a year, but that is absolutely coverable or addressable. And the red bars are some subsidies. There's agriculture subsidies, fishery subsidies, etc., forestry subsidies, which are currently performed perversely. They harm biodiversity. And that is those subsidies are more than what is spent on protecting biodiversity, also something that DESCOM mentions in their review. And we can also see areas or opportunities where we need to grow financing to be able to close the gap. Those are the green bars, and those are related to climate and synergy. We can see nature-based solutions and carbon markets and natural infrastructure, which can take more and more of the place of gray infrastructure. So we can see that it is not an impossible task. Another way of looking at it, which is presented in this third little book of investing in nature, which I highly recommend to you as well. This financing gap could be closed if 1% of new capital were invested in financing conservation. Now, this gives us a clue as far as how private sector capital is a very important ingredient. I think that in conservation circles, we think about state financing, which is essential and it does need to increase, but a significant amount of area that we can grow to out in as far as financing is based in private financing. So we need to look at private financing. Let's not be afraid of it, because if we think that if investing biodiversity were to generate returns, we would all be doing that. So it's not that private capital is bad. Some of us in the world of conservation think of it that way, but if there is good regulatory frameworks, then private capital can be a fantastic ally. Let's talk about the Chilean case. It's rather embarrassing, honestly. There's a lot of data that shows that we are one of the countries that invests the least in protected area per hectare in the entire Latin American region, and it is the country of the OECD that invests the least in biodiversity. However, this year, when I was still in the Ministry of the Environment, we had we had support from the International Development Bank. We looked at biodiversity, investing in biodiversity in Chile, and we see that it is 0.1% of the GDP and 0.363% of public expenditures. And of course, not all this money needs to come from fiscal treasury. So 0.1% of the GDP is similar to what other OECD countries, or 1% is similar to what other OECD countries invest. And Chile is emblematic due to its nature. It's a significant, very important part of our national identity. So let's summarize some of the things that I've mentioned. There are opportunities to reduce this gap. From the state, all studies indicate that the state needs to be in leadership. They need to revert these perverse incentives. That's a very important opportunity. Improving norm regulations to be able to prevent greater deterioration in biodiversity. So we could look at things that damage biodiversity the most and prevent that deterioration from working. So improving protocols, for instance, so that invasive exotic species don't come in, or to study to see which are the greatest sources of land use change. In Chile, we can look at subdivision of land that is causing change in land use and change of ecosystems into from natural ecosystems into inhabited or settled ecosystems. And that way we won't, if we address these from beforehand, we won't have to finance the fixing of things that we could have prevented. We need to foment or we need to increase financing and strengthen the capacity to be able to spend the financing. And we have seen this where we biologists needed to figure out how to use the finances that we are assigned. Systems, public expenditure systems are often rather old-fashioned, so we need to increase the abilities of public servants to be able to spend the resources that are available is absolutely essential. And we need to adopt the concept of natural capital across the board, not just in the Ministry of Environment and in the Treasury, but also in all spaces. Something very positive that's happening here in Chile is that the central bank is taking this on as a priority. It is collaborating with the Ministry of the Environment yesterday and today. There was a conference to address that topic. So that's the type of leadership that is required from the state. And in the private sector, there's much that can be done. Increase investments in biodiversity, hopefully according to regulations that are gradually being approved, minimizing financial risk related to biodiversity, and adopting uh, goals and objectives based on science to be able to reduce impacts on biodiversity. And what about philanthropy and collaboration or international collaboration? We see that we have lower resources. So what we really have to focus on is in triggering or getting resources. We need to generate schema so that larger financing between the state and the private sector can scale each other up and leverage each other so that we can have a much higher financing scale than we currently have. An example of that from our region is environmental funds. These are institutions created to be able to channel and administrate and to be able to get these resources for the conservation of biodiversity. There are 27 of these types of environmental funds in Latin America and the Caribbean, and there's a new one that we launched here in Chile as well. There are 108 environmental funds around the world, and it's an absolutely invaluable, it's an essential ally in closing this gap. And for philanthropy, pilot programs are very important, of course, but I think that the key is in blended finance. That's where you take different types of financing and you combine them or blend them in order to have greater finance that you could have done with just one source. So, for instance, you can convince the state of extending a green bond, and then you take that bond and you go to the private sector and ask them, why don't you invest on a good return rate in a project for biodiversity conservation? And that way you can create greater investment scales. And this is where everyone wins. So we're going to end with some examples of the Chilean experience. The most immediate would be is to approve the bill that the service which would create this service for biodiversity and protected areas. We say this continually, but we need to say it more loudly so that all the voices who support this from science and all the different professional corners can get to the decision makers so that this bill can be approved. It's been in Senate for 11 years, and it does have resources specifically dedicated to biodiversity. Substantially increase resources of the state for biodiversity and walk alongside public services to be able to use those resources properly. Also, to continue developing sustainable bonds. We are told that we are leaders in the world. The London told us this is wonderful that you have your first sovereign sustainability linked bond in the world, but something complex that we don't think about is that these resources have not generated more money for the environment at this point. So we use monies that were going to be already used by the state, and then it is redirected as a green bond. But it's not that there's new projects are created because of this bond, and that is something that we absolutely must change. could be there could be a sustainability-linked bond where part of the resources that are generated because of these lower rates could go to marine protected areas, for instance, or could be dedicated to marine protected areas. And we need to leverage public, private, philanthropic, and international cooperation resources towards ambitious concrete projects in the protection of ecosystems. So we want to protect a large ecosystem at a national level, for instance, and show that it is possible to protect large tracts of land and sea. This is one of the ways in which we can do that sort of thing. Just to wrap up here, my main message is priorities. Let's each one of us prioritize these topics that we've been talking about today, and the state needs to lead in all of these changes in relation to financing, and all of us from science and civil society organizations need to continue on the work that we are all already doing of calling in the state where they have to highlight this. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laura, for the interesting data. It's great to see it in numbers, especially finance for conservation. And there are some very shameful numbers. Chile is one of the countries that least invest in protected areas and biodiversity, 0.1% of GDP, among other low numbers. And clearly, that's not enough. Laura also highlights urgent projects such as the law bill for the creation of biodiversity and protected area service, which is something that's been expected for many years. Now, in countries such as ours, where we're a touristic destination, we should invest in natural capital. Nature biodiversity is a huge opportunity to generate new economies. So there's the invitation is to consider other types of paradigms, other ways of economy, and other ways of managing all these resources. And as we said, there's many, and as Laura said, there's many good ideas, but we all need to implement new mechanisms concretely. So thank you very much, Laura. And now we'll go with the last panel member, which is Julio Diaz. Julio is a professor and researcher of the Universidad Veracruzana, author of the sixth Intergovernmental Panel report on climate change by the IPCC, and currently he's the author for the evaluation of links between biodiversity, climate change, food, water, and health, the Nexus assessment, and the Intergovernmental Platform in Scientific Regulations on Biological Diversity and Ecosystem Services. With that, welcome Julio so that he may present. Hi, good afternoon from Mexico. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I'd like to thank the Mary Foundation, and also I'd like to thank everybody for their previous presentation as well. But I'm going to comment on the panel and nature-based solutions, especially what Gabriel mentioned, and also the need for financing of these actions, especially Laura. I'm going to try to present quickly and share my presentation. Can you please tell me if you see my presentation? So please let me know that you can see the presentation. Okay, thank you. Right then. So I'll open the presentation to the panel topic. The need for a multidimensional vision is necessary to tackle these links that exist between climate change and biodiversity. I'm going to talk a little bit about this and the importance that this holds in the multidimensional focus and what we talked about for the IPCC the various chapters where it talks about climate change. It affects biodiversity. So if we consider this from a conceptual framework of the links that exist on the Nexus study, which involves health and other aspects such as energy, ground, all of this molds the results that we have, such as climate, global warming, and on the other hand, the results that we have in terms of biodiversity. And this requires measures that go beyond just one sector, but within the processes themselves there are links that are generated according to the measures that are taken, which are truly relevant for this agreement. Apart from the challenges of food security, there are other challenges. We need to improve the nutrition of 800 million people. And this requires great coordination, and we need to take care of health emergencies that demand resources, and this can be distracted by other issues, especially in relation to climate change, conservation of biodiversity. We also need to protect natural resources, prevent the extinction of species and other phenomena that are combined to make the problem more complex. They're telling me to come closer because they can't hear me well. Okay. Nevertheless, talk about conservation. Many of the efforts that are focused on the protection of the ecosystems that are currently present, and they're very relevant and very important in generating many co-benefits for us, as Gabriel mentioned. Nevertheless, even though all of these pressures on the ecosystems are eliminated, be it through conservation, restoration, or extraction, climate change represents a severe threat to them, which will only be reversed if we take care of the major causes of global warming. It's extremely important to take care of these cause effects, and it's necessary to have the investment for this. So we need to apply this from these elements from various points, and need to try to manage this sustainably, especially the systems of production and all the consequences for this. And so we need to work with these systems. We need to work with these ecosystems. Here we're also talking about how to conserve them, these areas where these ecosystems are emerging, and how to take advantage of this before it's too late. So for the first time, the IPCC included a chapter related to the social aspects of climate change. And here it puts in this process at the center people and actions to mitigate climate change. And we could also find some of the solutions that were evaluated. identified 60 options for mitigation. From the side of the demand, the greatest opportunities are transport, mobility, relate and followed by buildings and food, change in behaviors, which is a key issue in the report. There's a series of measures in the report and measures that seem to require greater analysis as society. And this also requires a change in the foods that are required to subsist and also the correct use of water and power, etc. Now I'm going to focus on 3 measures that we consider to be important and relevant, which are a priority, especially in the synergies that exist for biodiversity and climate change. And these are changes in consumption. So milk and meat are responsible for 15% of the emissions at the world level, and they have impacts on the land use, water use, and power use. And 14% of the foods are lost in the harvest and supply, while 17% of global production is lost. And this is something that's very important to mention, that 11% of food is lost at homes. And this is the waste, food that is wasted at homes. So there's an infinite amount of actions and policies that can be designed through incentives to be able to solve this problem. And it also has repercussions not just for biodiversity, but other aspects as well. So a change in the diet, especially in developed countries, is an important action. The reduction of food that is lost from harvest to homes, and all of these are important factors. Some estimates of the potential of these measures that are tackled in the IPCC and that are also tackled from other scenarios and other studies, especially in the dietary change. It's had important repercussions for the mitigation of climate change, but also in the conservation of biodiversity, the reduction of post-harvest losses has important elements, important impacts, be it for conservation of biodiversity, reduction of losses of food waste, has a high amount of food involved. And there are other points that have been considered, such as the management of supply chains, and this has to do with the responsible use and management of products that come from forestry products, everything that is related to this aspect and consumption. So what's required? Well, here, just quickly going through this slide, changes in behavior, motivation, and capacities. You can be motivated, but if you don't have the capacity or resources to carry out a change, it won't be possible to carry out the necessary changes. Motivation can be through incentives, which can tackle this aspect. Effective policies of governments in Latin America are very important. There's transitions that are necessary and that have been performed from the political arena, but there's a lack of continuity of these measures. There needs to be an effective policy for the long term. The participation of society communities is very important. The models of governance, knowledge, and technology have a lot to contribute, and to have enough financing that is important to implement all of these solutions. That's my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Julio. It's very interesting. We were talking about biodiversity, how it's related to food, the need of going deeper into changing our behavior and avoiding food waste. And we go back to the same thing, basically, of how to integrate different variables to be able to address a phenomena which is not segmented. It is complex and integrative, and so many different actors, public and private sectors, uh, add to this. Since everyone has finished their talks, I would like to ask you, whoever dares to answer. Oh, I'm sorry. Javier says that all panelists must turn their cameras on. Are we all here? Laura, Gabriel, Luis, Patricia. And the question that I wanted to ask you, because some of these concepts repeat each, or they're repeated, having to replicate our models, natural capital, nature-based solutions. How does all this excess of very rich, valuable information can be brought to Earth? What are the main uh, hurdles that prevent us from coming to big consensus or agreements to be able to implement this information? What are your perspectives from your different places of action? Go ahead, Patricia. I think there are several ways to answer your question, and I would like to propose two ideas to see what the other panelists think. Yesterday, in a different panel about ecosystem services, we were talking about two doctrines. One is regulation, the other is market. And there are some countries that have a large population or regulation in terms of environmental protection. They try to prevent different ecosystem harmed by different industries, and that requires institutionality, which will ensure that these public policies are more integrative. That means that local efforts can become more replicable. I'm thinking of spaces like the European Union where that has happened a lot. There are certain exercises performed in different countries, like in Spain, can then be replicated in other countries. There are other ecosystems, there are geopolitical ecosystems where regulation is very precarious because it's simply not part of the culture. We are also part of that tradition here in Chile, where historically there's been a very weak regulation in terms of the environment, believe it or not. And and there's another question there, which is what does the market do to promote conservation actions? And this is where we from philanthropy, but there are many of us really, I'm sure that Laura has spoken about this as well, as far as her work in women in the environment. How can we ensure that nature is profitable, where it can be financeable? And there are lots of questions around that. And there is a greater and greater demand for portfolios that are sustainable, that have true, real, effective climate change mitigation measures. And there is a role that is assigned to environmental philanthropy. But there's also a limitation on that. There's nothing more expensive than conserving, especially if these conservation efforts require scientific research. So what would be logical is that the market would be part of conservation and not be something entirely inorganic. So as an initial response, I think that there are two paths that need to converge. One has to do with regulation, but it's an extreme regulation because we understand that there need to be certain consensus, basic consensus, where we need to promote certain things. There are regulations that are positive, or how can we promote nature-based solutions, as Gabriel was mentioning, but also artificial solutions for climate change, which there are European solutions that we have analyzed from Philanthropia CP, which has to do with cat fixes. That's a non-natural solution. It captures CO2, mixes it with water, and mitigates the CO2 that way. And that is working. So we do have that type of regulation. And then we have the market as well. How can we get the market come into conservation efforts, and then that would bring about more and more investments in mitigation measures, especially in countries where it's not an obligation to mitigate. It is not a obligation to monitor, but even though that is the case, there's a market that is very interested in that. We need to be thinking about both of these paths, because you can be focusing on regulations and norms, and that can be much slower moving than the economy. So I think that we need to look at the market to have different multiple solutions. Thank you, Patricia. Does anybody else want to add to that same area? Any other ideas, comments? Gabriel, go ahead. You need to turn on your microphone. I entirely agree with what Patricia was saying, and just to mention what Laura presented earlier as well. What I want to say has to do with how to solve this decoupling from nature, which we have built as a civilization since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, if not before. And this means that we need to understand that nature is still our partner. It's our most powerful partner, and that any effort that we may make from engineering or development or implementing financing, etc., will always be small when we think of the capacity that nature has of reversing things. So, following that line of thought, we need to overcome the idea that nature is a limitation or that nature is an enemy, and that what we do is we need to build solutions to what we end up doing is building strategies to face or head off nature. There used to be a lot of discussions saying we are facing nature, we are facing the challenges of nature, but what we have to do with power as strong as nature is, we need to ensure that nature works with us or even for us. And we need to ensure that nature is our partner, because if we work against her, things will go badly, and we've already seen that they do. And clearly, COVID-19 is proof of that, which is what I mentioned earlier as far as why to do conservation. Nature has nature found out that there was COVID? No, because what has what has brought up COVID? It's human constructions, economy, rules at work, interpersonal rules. That's what COVID has disrupted. And that is what has come into question based on this zoonotic produced disease caused by ecosystem degradation. But if we look at natural ecosystems, they never knew that there was COVID. They have not been affected by COVID. It's humans who have been affected by COVID. So to round out my comments, I completely agree with Patricia in that we need to drive forward both ends of this conversation. So on the one end, we look at uh, public public policies, we need public financing, and we would need to entirely change the perspective on what a public good is. For instance, no one questions investing in education or in public safety, right? And private safety and education, but we still question conservation and environmental related issues. But the environment is just as important as a public good as education or health or public safety is. Second is, how do we create conditions so that the possibility for innovation and creativity of the private sector can work in favor of of conservation? because as someone like myself, I have a long background in public management. We know that innovation and flexibility are not the main trait in bureaucracy, right? So how do you move both of these levers at the same time? We need to create regulations, appropriate regulations, and generating incentives so that ecosystem conservation is not just has to do with being a good person, but it also is related to these new demands that the market is establishing based on uh, natural traits and which benefit or generates benefits. We need to bust this myth that conservationists have often aligned with, where conservation must be at a loss, right? With money that does not return. That's a myth that needs to be busted because it does not need to be that way. Paradigm shifts there as far as how conservation generates more finances and resources. Thank you.
Hard to say, yes, I completely agree with this twin vision that Patricia and Gabriel are giving. And even though there's a slow actor, all the studies that I've read emphasize that the state is a fundamental actor. So I'm going to try to propose things that can be done to be able to motivate that this slow actor but fundamental actor can move forward and quickly. And from what I've seen from within the state and also as a common citizen, what I saw in the Ministry of Environment, what I saw is that one of the key stakeholders to reach the state and motivate changes in paradigm in this are the loaners, loan institutions. For example, the Ministry of Finance had emitted these bonds, which is a new type of bond. It's not a green bond, but it's similar. They told us that they were motivated in working on biodiversity issues, that they haven't done it before, but they were interested in doing it because for loan institutions, European banks, they were interested in these topics. So this type of stakeholder has power in that situation. You can talk with the Ministry of Finance in a government to see it as a priority. There's other loan institutions to motivate this type of agenda are the international collaboration organizations such as IDB, and this international bank has a priority of the environment and biodiversity. So this starts with top-down conversations as well. So there's an opportunity there. It already exists, and it could come more strongly. The World Bank and the IDB talk exclusively about climate change, but now in the last few years, they're focused more on biodiversity. So they will continue emphasizing this at the same market that was mentioned before. I believe that the market can create alliances and demand from the state regulatory frameworks. They're also key players with a lot of power, and I would dare mention another stakeholder, which is the media. I always call the contrast between the climate COP, for example, COP25, which the president was everywhere, but also COP26 in Great Britain. It was in the New York Times front page in all world media for many days, and all citizens knew about COP. But the biodiversity COPs, which are very similar, but in matters of biodiversity, I feel that citizens don't know that this has been done for over 2 years, and we have the COP on biodiversity, and I believe the general public doesn't know about this. So how can we work with the media, with people that know about these problems so that they can highlight it? Because I believe that citizens are interested in this, but that they haven't been informed about this. So I believe this is an opportunity to reach citizens and to generate a lot of pressure on the key players in power. That's what I would dare propose. very interesting thing that you mentioned, Laura, and according to what we just mentioned, biodiversity and climate crisis, that most of the population seem to feel far away from that. How do all of you feel we can bring this closer to the community and make it an important topic and a priority, as Gabriel mentioned, in public policies? We always talk about health, education, and biodiversity as secondary, just like culture. So how do we position this through this outreach agendas as these crucial agendas for what we're looking for humanity, and we install that? How do we see that from your areas of work in Latin America? Does somebody want to give their opinion? Any idea? Somebody raised their hand. Who do? To turn on your mic. Okay. I just wanted to mention the capacity building is a fundamental topic. Obviously, it depends on the countries and different. So if we talk about Mexico and capacity building, it needs to involve decision making. So if you want to build bottom up capacities, there's an opportunity. But you always face these barriers that depend on the public sector. But in terms of local government, there's a huge opportunity, especially on the cities level. But if you depend on the financing, you face these types of barriers. In terms of education, it seems to be important, but only in discourse. To create awareness and report on these synergies between different stakeholders, I believe that there's an opportunity there. There's very isolated cases. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Julio. Does anybody else want to say anything? Gabriel, please go ahead. Gabriel is muted. Well, according to what you mentioned, how do you move this in public opinion, apart from what we mentioned as mainstreaming, a mainstreaming of points of view related to nature, biodiversity, and planning and decision making? In public opinion, we need to create a narrative that connects nature and biodiversity with daily life, because what you see normally is in social changes. It's that the approach to a topic is initially rational. I approach it, I understand it, I take care of it, but the real change comes marked by emotionality. So when it's my turn, personally, when it needs to be about my life, I'm willing to change a trend and make decisions that go in a direction that's contrary to what's happening, and take a more positive direction than the current moment. So how do you create this connection that's not simple? In the case of Latin America, 84% of the population lives in cities, so there's a connection with nature, and it's physical and mental. It becomes very complex. So how do I live? How do I build a experience together based on nature in a context that is so urbanized or so separate in many ways from nature, as is our current urban experience. I believe that there are very interesting trends that are linked to the processes such as hypercommunication that we have right now that makes, for example, the 19th century process of building innovative ideas, writing them in a book, as well as the experience before, and this can this can happen nowadays. This communication can happen nowadays in half a second. You put it in a social media network, and somebody thinks the same as I on the other side of the world, and they start acting upon this and demanding things. So it becomes very relative that this is just something that happens in the first world or developed countries. No, not anymore. Thank you, Gabriel. Laura has something to say. She wants to say something. Yes, I completely agree with Gabriel on the narrative that we need to build. I believe that there is very fertile grounds here. It depends on the country, obviously, but we've seen that in Chile, citizens are very interested in biodiversity, but perhaps there's a lack of information. And with that, when they're informed, they can demand important changes. We've seen how they've mobilized for important and diverse environmental causes, but there is a lack of information within that narrative of connecting people in the day to day. I feel that, yes, if you can reach us through the media and reach people with what experts feel is important, if you achieve that, which I feel should not be that difficult, if you had enough allies and concentrated work, allies in civil society and experts and media, then you could trigger similar movements that point towards the most important thing. So I feel sometimes that citizens concentrate on things that are of lesser importance, and it's not the worst, but sometimes try to protect all individuals, all animals. I believe is a noble cause as a drive, but perhaps I'm going to say something that's not said much in conservation, but sometimes that trend to protect each individual animal to the max protects even invasive species, invasive exotic species above local species. So we need to rebalance this. We need to respect the rights of animals and at the same time ensure that native species survive. And to put these things into perspective, I have better examples with something that have has less to do with citizens, rather it has to do with government. I saw in the elections the proposals from the various candidates to governor of various parts of Chile last year, some environmental proposals that you would say, oh, these are small projects. Somebody said, let's put urban gardens in every corner of every block. It sounds beautiful, but it would be more impactful to work with all the peri-urban areas to reduce the encroachment on ecosystems which are being degraded in those areas day by day, or working upon droughts in the central zones of Chile. So then, I believe that it's important that those candidates to different public positions that are interested in environmental matters should be well advised because there are candidates that are really interested, but they propose things that are not impactful and that it sounds pretty and it distracts the citizens. Urban gardens, oh, wonderful. But it cannot be the only environmental proposal for a region. Thank you.
To close out this conversation, which has been very interesting and fun, I would like to invite you to share an idea or a concept which is positive, which would motivate us, and not just motivate conservationists, but that would encourage general populations to get involved in conservation and see how things could happen in the short term. Who would like to begin? Especially considering that we are in our very last panel, panel number 8. I am told that we can send out a message to those who are watching us in this congress, or this conference of NovoPangea, United for Climate Change. So what would you like to give as a message, and what you would like to happen in the short term, considering the emergency situation in which we find ourselves? Gabriel, go ahead. I'd like to make a comment. Due to my professional training in social sciences, maybe 20 or 30 years ago, I wouldn't have dared to say what I'm going to say because it would have gone against my perspective on the world. But I think that there is a direction in history right now. Considering my age, I I believe that we are changing in history. We are changing towards a greener world, a more responsible world, a more just world. Though there are obstacles along the way and potholes and what are these speed bumps called? Some people have interesting colloquial names for them, but there is an unstoppable drive towards a more sustainable society as far as what the majority wants, what public opinion states. And I believe that that links really well into this process of alignment and of converging that is beginning to happen between different environmental agendas, which used to be handled separately. I have a positive view as far as the potential of action and conservation discourse, conservation action as far as offering solutions, but I believe that we need to begin with placing people at the center to realize that the main thing, that conservation is an instrument that builds well-being. It is not something that's just along the sidelines. It's not something that is not connected to ensuring quality of life for people. I think that is where the key lies as far as building a new model and a new point of view. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate. Thank you, Gabriel. Anybody else like to add a last comment to close out this today's conversation? Laura, thank you. I think that Gabriel's words are truly motivational and inspiring because what he says is true. We see that at a global level within these different institutions, beginning with the World Bank and the lead and some central banks, the Treasury Ministry in the UK that commissioned this investigation into environment and biodiversity. The powerful are turning towards this or focusing more and more on these topics. We are a bit behind schedule, but it is similar to what climate change, the path that climate change took, which is not even close to being solved, really, but it's very clear on the global schedule, and there are lobbies against, of course, but biodiversity is also following a similar path to what climate change followed in the public eye. And what we need to do is continue accelerating the path that biodiversity awareness is taking. The ideal is for the citizens to educate themselves as much as possible. If you have friends who know about this, ask them questions, read the different material that have been presented in these panels, see what the priorities are. Don't be distracted by little things about what can be done in a really small geographic area. It does have value. I don't want to say it is not valuable. We can all do something and start somewhere. But I believe that one of the most important things that we can do is pressure the biggest decision makers, because that's where there truly is power as individuals, and then we can reach out to continually larger and larger collectives, and as we raise our voice, we can make substantial changes. So, just want to invite you to put pressure on leaders as we are educated to encourage those decision makers to continue on their path for change. Would anybody else like to speak? It looks like Patricia has had to leave, but it is encouraging to hear you all to say that there is hope. Julio, would you like to say something? Thank you very much. I just want to say that I agree with what you have said. I think that the solutions that as society we need to rethink we need to rethink what well-being means. That's the key. What does well-being mean from a point of view in that we cannot continue to consume as we are. We cannot think of a lifestyle that is based on growth as we have for the last decades. But we need to keep in mind how society can demand from its governments that it makes this necessary transformation. In these transitions, and we can look at what they have done in other countries where the environmental agenda is getting more and more strengthened, and the citizenry becomes more aware of that agenda and in turn demands greater changes from their leadership. I believe that that is important. We are in a world that has transformed in the last decade, basically, and we see the power that society has, the social networks to be able to uh, make impacts. And again, we need to change our paradigm in relation to well-being, and it already has been changing, but it needs to continue to change. That is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Julio. Yes, there is a global level awareness awakening where you can detect in the different areas where you have to work. Things are happening. Nature is a concern. It's a priority for lots of human collectives, though there is a gap, as Julio was saying, with the decision makers. We are gradually moving forward. So that is the perspective that I am going to take home with me for our dear Latin America. We need more initiatives like the ones that we've been talking about, and that efforts be made to be able to bring together these different separated ways of thinking and bring them together and create new initiatives where we can have natural laboratories, nature-based solutions, which contribute to this scenario of conservation. Now I would like to say goodbye. Thank you all for your time and for your input, and we will see you next time. Goodbye, everyone. Have a very good afternoon. Thank you, Eduardo, for moderating and for each one of the talks of the panelists related to conservation and for the proposals for implementing it effectively and to be able to drive it forward in our region. We have come to the end of our day and the end of the conference. NovoPangea Latinoamérica United for Climate Change. Remember that all the conversations will be available at www.fundacionmeri.cl and fcs.tv. As we said at the beginning, we would like to finish the day by inviting you to connect to water, the circulatory system of the earth, as it is called, in this 15-minute documentary, Puri, The Way of the Water, which was produced by Fundación Meri together with director Daniel Casao. This documentary has received several awards nationally, here in Chile, and internationally. Thank you again for having been with us, and have a very good afternoon.
El agua es la base de la vida. Sin ella, nuestra existencia en este planeta azul sería imposible. Miles de millones se invierten en el mundo cada año buscando agua en otros rincones de la galaxia. Llegó a la Tierra como un regalo del universo. ¿Por qué no protegerla y proteger así nuestra vida?
El sistema hídrico es un sistema complejo y el ciclo del agua es un sistema complejo. Y por lo tanto el agua de la cuenca nace, probablemente puede venir parte de derretimientos glaciares, partes de cuencas altas, partes de humedales altos. El agua va fluyendo, pero el agua va fluyendo superficialmente y parte del agua va fluyendo en forma subterránea. Alimenta acuíferos subterráneos. Es como un sistema circulatorio nuestro dentro del sistema geológico de la Tierra.
La prioridad del agua está súper mal definida en Chile. Una empresa extranjera puede venir y decir vamos a necesitar el 90% del agua de este río y lo pueden hacer. Y no queda para un uso racional o un uso sensato de la naturaleza en que el hombre pueda vivir armónicamente. Son impactos demasiado drásticos, en tiempos demasiado cortos. Entonces eso genera impactos irreversibles.
La ciudad te da una sensación extraña de olvido de dónde vienen las cosas. O sea, los niños, y esto es como un cliché, perdona, pero el niño que va al supermercado y cree que el pollo lo están haciendo atrás en una pieza y que la lechuga le hicieron allá atrás en otra pieza, y no tiene ni idea de dónde vienen esas cosas que se están comiendo. Entonces no entendemos nuestra historia, no entendemos nuestros orígenes, de dónde venimos, y por eso estamos como estamos.
Cuando se produce una crisis tan grande, que no es solo económica, que no es solo ecológica, que es también psicológica y espiritual, que compromete el interior del ser humano. En el otro polo, puesto que todo es bipolar, surge la disidencia. Esa disidencia siempre toma contacto con la cultura popular, siempre. Y con las culturas indígenas. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos conservan todavía esta vinculación con el orden natural. Y ellos saben que no habrá recuperación de la enfermedad mental del hombre moderno si no nos reconciliamos con el orden natural, si no nos reconciliamos con la creación.
Toda nuestra vida, todo nuestro sistema, todos nuestros bosques, todos nuestros animales dependen del agua. Si no hay agua, no existimos como humanidad. Si no hay agua, no existimos como cultura. Nuestros abuelos se guiaban por la señal astronómica, el sol, la luna, las estrellas también. Cuando el sol salía en cierta época del año ya sabían ellos que esa época comenzaba el tiempo de las cosechas, o el tiempo de sembrar, el tiempo de limpiar los canales. Y eso fue por miles de años que se practicó el respeto al agua. Si no hubiese existido el agua o no hubiese estado el agua en estos lugares, no hubiésemos existido como cultura.
Entre los ñen o los seres de nuestra cultura existen algunos que son más importantes, podríamos decir, como el Chahuanti, que es el Padre Sol, la Ñuqueale o Ñuquequillén, que es la Madre Luna, que regula la fertilidad, la siembra, las mareas. Y también el Chauco, el Padre Agua. El agua purifica, el agua revitaliza, el agua nutre, tiene 1000 propiedades y lo más importante es que da la vida. Donde no hay agua, no hay vida. Lo más importante que yo siento ahí es la energía del Chauco, del Padre Agua, y la importancia que tiene respetar su nacimiento y su continuidad en el territorio que llega al mar, y el ciclo natural del agua que debería ser respetado por una política de Estado.
Tú, si alteras este ciclo en una cuenca, si alteras este ciclo a nivel global por deforestación, por falta de evaporación, de humedad de los árboles, etcétera, etcétera, tú lo que vas a tener es degradación completa del sistema hídrico.
En la evolución de la vida en el planeta siempre se han respetado ciertas leyes. Todos los organismos son respetuosos de ciertas leyes, menos el ser humano.
O sea, él mira la naturaleza y dice, son recursos naturales. La madera es recurso, el agua es recurso, el aire es recurso. ¿Todo para qué? Para hacer cada vez más poderosa tu ciudad, para hacer más poderoso a tus empresarios, para hacer más activa la lógica de los negocios. Para eso, tú llamas a la naturaleza recursos naturales.
El crecimiento económico hoy día se ve como aquella palanca que puede traerle el bienestar a la población. Pero el crecimiento económico además nos está trayendo pasivos ambientales que se van acumulando y que van a terminar poniendo en riesgo al propio ser humano.
Uno tiene que poner antecedentes de que esto no es solamente por salvar a los animalitos, esto tiene que ver con salvar el bienestar de la gente. Entonces, por tanto, yo creo que es necesario el crecimiento, pero el crecimiento infinito no es posible en un planeta que es finito, y por tanto la transición ecológica no puede ser hecha con la misma mentalidad que creó los problemas que hoy día queremos enfrentar.
El planeta no tiene los recursos que necesita un desarrollo del 3,5% o el 4% anual mantenido por 50 años. Por lo tanto, la pregunta es, ¿por qué no están haciendo estos cálculos? ¿Por qué están llevando a la humanidad al precipicio?
Entonces el ser humano está literalmente desmoronando a la biosfera. O sea, por un lado, exhalamos cantidades increíbles de dióxido de carbono y después destruimos los bosques y el fitoplancton que podrían absorberlo. Pareciera que estamos en un suicidio, estamos tratando de suicidarnos, desmoronando nuestro propio ser. Este es nuestro propio ser. La biosfera es nuestro propio ser macroscópico y estamos nosotros mismos derrumbando.
El ejemplo principal hoy día en el mundo es el cambio climático. Genera niveles de cambios meteorológicos que son brutales. como lluvias torrenciales, huracanes, tsunamis, etcétera, etcétera, y que va asociada a menos agua, y todos sabemos qué es lo que pasa en una sociedad con menos agua. Sin agua no hay posibilidad de vivir.
Estamos en una situación de estrés de nuestras napas freáticas que es generalizada entre Atacama y Chiloé, donde se extrae más agua de la recarga. ¿Y cuál es la solución que le damos? Es que cada vez que hay una crisis hídrica se profundizan pozos. O sea, agrandamos el problema.
Y por tanto yo creo que la salida de todas las crisis, la crisis socioambiental del país, que también explota la crisis social y el estallido social, y hacia la crisis hídrica, es necesario tener ese diálogo. Porque cuando uno habla de que es necesario ahorrar agua en la casa, me aparecen en Twitter, esto no es sequía, es saqueo. Y la verdad es que es un poquito de saqueo, es un poquito de sequía, y también tiene que ver con las decisiones que nosotros tomamos. Porque tenemos huellas de agua que son importantes, la que ocupamos en la casa, lo que comemos y lo que compramos. Y por tanto la minería no hace productos para robots, son celulares, son computadores, son automóviles. La agricultura no hace comida para otros, son las cosas que nosotros comemos. Cada uno de estos sistemas se puede optimizar y tener menos impactos ambientales, pero tenemos que entender que la única base de esto es que nosotros tenemos que impulsar este cambio hacia una transición ecológica inclusiva, sustentable y resiliente.
El llamado es a buscar soluciones de verdad. Y las soluciones de verdad son ajustar la demanda de recursos naturales a la oferta que el planeta tiene de recursos naturales. Si no entendemos eso, nunca habremos entendido el concepto de sustentabilidad.
Debiera ser una razón de humanidad cuidar el agua en todo su ser.
Es la misma gente que tiene que empezar a darse cuenta la importancia que tienen los ríos, la importancia que tiene la naturaleza para su vida diaria. ¿Por qué no vemos más allá? Vemos que dependemos del agua, dependemos de los glaciares, dependemos del mar, dependemos de esta conexión entre las nacientes de un río y la desembocadura. Todos estos sistemas están vivos. Ella nos entrega todo con los brazos abiertos y nosotros no le estamos dando nada a cambio.
Sí, realmente ves lo que estás mirando, ¿no? ¿De dónde viene el aire? ¿De dónde viene el agua? ¿De dónde vienen los alimentos? ¿Qué es lo que te puede dar realmente calidad de vida? Y la respuesta a todas esas preguntas es retórico esto. Naturaleza, 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 naturaleza. Entonces tenemos que entender quizás lo más fundamental. La naturaleza está primero.